All right, I am live. Let's see. Hey, Stephanie, how are you? Y'all, I'm looking rough, so my hair is pulled back. And yeah, I'll wait on everybody to get here. Okay, part 2, day 3, part 2, right? Whew, this is nuts. Okay, let me go ahead and pull this up. Right here, okay. Let me get to it. Comments are turned off. Okay, why? Let me open this. Okay. Hey, y'all. What's up? Hey, Bullseye, how are you? Hey, the real angel girl one. Yes, it's still going on. Yeah, I mean we're only day 3, so hello, Huggy Bear. I went and checked to see if East Idaho News. I don't know. Sometimes I have the wrong damn channel, so I was just making sure. And so there, Judge Boyce isn't on there either just yet. He said at 1:30 Mountain Time they would take a break until, and so it's 2:30 Central, so it's 3:30 Eastern. I think it's 1:30 Mountain. I hope so. And then what, 12:30 Pacific, I do believe. The time zones, right? I wish they would just do away with them. I don't like them. Not a fan. Okay. Let me get back over there so I can see the chat. Hey, Rebecca Terry, how are you? Hey, Angela. Got your snacks? Right. Hey, Sharissa. Hey, girl. How are you? I just thought about you the other day. I did, I swear. And I text Terry back earlier too. And she texted me a picture of a card I had, given her a long time ago. She was like, I missed this. And I was like, I know, come over. Me too. Come over. I'm streaming, so I can't go over there. I would. Right. Big thunderstorm just rolled in. Oh my God, that's nap weather. That's sleeping, snuggling, cuddling weather. Veg out. How you been, Sharissa? Sharissa, sorry. Good. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Yes. Yes, Anna, we're back. We are back. It might help if I push play, right? Duh. All right, let me scoot it up. Okay, I was like, oh shit. Just making sure. Okay. Move my big drink. Okay. Still waiting. I hope that I think about, oh, Dopey there. Oh, doopity doo. Chad. He sucks. Y'all, he sucks. He's he's a piece of shit. So there's that. Now you know how I feel. You know, um, when you think that when you think that your victims, wait, how am I trying to say that? You must be a real badass if your victims are children who are defenseless, who, you know, just don't have the wherewithal or the even the size to overpower you because you're a big ass bully and a murderer potentially. I mean, it's gross. So when you pick on people, like pick on somebody your own size, that kind of thing. Ugh, right. It pisses me off to no end, to no end. But anyways, no, I don't know. Some days I'm just like I can tune them out. Like him prior, I can tune out for the most part, but then some days I just kind of snap. Not like them. I don't snap like that, but if I was ever around them, I could. Right, Charissa? I'm just kidding. Anyways, I'm so glad y'all are here though. Y'all make it so worth the while for me. Thank God. I don't think I know I couldn't do this without y'all. There's no way. I mean, just the just and then it gets monotonous and boring. Trust me, I've sat through some boring stuff just to learn more about this, about the beliefs, about their beliefs. And I don't know, it's a labor of love for sure. So, the fact that you guys are all tuning in, and have followed the case as long as you have, you're invested, and I really do appreciate y'all for that. Labor of love, yep. Yeah, weak, sneaky, creepy, gross, right? Oh, monsoons, man, y'all, I went to, when I was married to my first husband, right? I was a baby. I was young, and actually, they were working in Odessa, Texas, and so me and my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law drove over to go visit our husbands, right? And so we took a trip down to Mexico, and we went in through Acuña, I think that's the name of it. Anyways, thank you, Janelle. We went in through Acuña, and we drove in like some dummies. And everybody, like, stared at us because we're just, like, some white people, like, walking up in the courtyards and stuff. Anyway, so I was shopping, and they follow you around, and I'm just like, "I'm not stealing anything, trust me." It's just kinda funny. But there was this big old dust storm that blew in. I mean, we had to drive out in this, and I mean, the dust was so bad, so bad. I mean, you couldn't see, and then it rained for 3 days straight, and it flooded really bad down there. I was like, "Oh my god. Wow." It was, like, monumental. So, I got married in 90. When did I get married? Oh my god. Okay, August 1st, 1998, I think. Yeah. So, it was then, after that. Hey, Todd, how are you? Oh, I don't have my sign. It's over there. Damn it. I've been wanting to show you that. Uh, you think Lori and Alex were the two that killed Tylee and JJ at two different times down in Alex's mostly empty condo in Chad's mind, since they're the ones that did it. He's not responsible at all. Yeah, I mean, could be. We'll never, we'll never know. I just don't know how you can contain the blood. That's my thing. Tylee was dismembered, so it's like they're not going to dismember her there and then drag it. I mean, I'm just saying. I mean, they may because they do all kinds of other stupid stuff, but it just doesn't add up to me or anywhere else for that matter. So it's like she would have had to have been murdered at Chad's property, if anywhere, and then dragged there. It's nuts. Oh yeah, Thunder Rolls. Yeah, that was funny, Trace. Oh my god, it was good. Yeah, and I mean, Trace made a video and she timed it to Garth Brooks' "The Thunder Rolls." Every time it would lightning, you had to have been there. I appreciated it though. I don't know. Yeah, I mean I think that would be more of the case, Janelle, than at the apartment. I just don't it's an apartment complex. There's people, there's neighbors, but then there's that whole thing, like, with Lauren on Hidden True Crime, where she shared that she talked to the neighbor. You remember the neighbor? I think what's their last names? Starts with a B, Burnett or Bernard. And they said that, Lori apologized the next day or one day and was like, "I'm sorry for us being so loud last night. We were doing karaoke." But they really could have been doing karaoke, you know? So I really don't know. I just don't see that much I mean, I think horrific, right? It's horrific to even just picture or imagine that. I mean, ugh, I don't know. It's let me go make sure I don't want to have y'all watching something that's not playing. Hold on. Okay. All right. East Idaho News, they don't have it. I mean, they're not on over there, so we're still good. Right. Just making sure. Of course, the hiccup with that theory is that Chad, Lori, and Alex planned it all out before it happened, making him a conspirator, just like the charges state. Yes. Now that, right. We got to nail it down, right? I don't karaoke party on death days, right? Just like, Melanie Gibb and David Warwick don't get married on the death anniversary of Alex Cox either, just in case anybody wants to know. They got married on December 12th, 2020, for those of y'all, because David Warwick he may pretend he don't remember or say it's been in 2021, like he said the last time. I was like, "No. Y'all are a murderous little bunch there." You'll be lurking, Rombo, as I need to catch my cat who is outdoors. Please take shots, like cameras, please, and let us know. Let us see them. I'm just picking. I don't recall, right? No time in my life, especially when it surrounds murders of uh of two little kids and a wife. I'm just all right. I'm making my own little freaking songs now to an old violin. I don't recall. Melanie Gibb. That's Melanie Gibb's song, by the way. And she wore a black damn wedding dress. And David Warwick's mom had just died, so she took some of the flowers from David Warwick's mother's casket or whatever funeral. We'll just say that, and she put it in her bouquet. Y'all is ugly. I'm like, what? Like I just looked at it again the other day, and I was like, what? Who made that? I don't know. It looks like nobody made it. It looks like she just kinda went outside and grabbed a handful of stuck her hand in a flower bush I don't know. It's weird. They're weird, and they're not my weird, so here we are. Yeah, a cheapskate. Yes, big time. Big time, big time. Yeah, gross. I know. And I mean, again, it just is weird how Melanie Gibb and even David Warwick, they gush over the murderer. They gush over Alex Cox when questioned about him. And they're just like, oh, he was great. But then about Tylee, they're like, just her, all her little comments and digs. Um, you know, I do not fault Tylee in ever in any of this. I mean, she was doing the best she can with what she had to deal with, and I can't even imagine. But this is how Melanie Gibb and David Warwick continue to dehumanize and zombify and rate dark victims of Chad and Lori Daybell. Yeah. My dog is Harry Bodine after Jethro. I love it. That's cute. Oh my gosh. Wow. Ellie Mae. Yeah. I love Tylee too. Yeah. Well, I just wasn't close to her. I remember seeing her. I just, there was always so much going on. Kids, family, just, I don't know, it was just chaotic. But yeah, crazy. Matter of fact, let's see. What do I have right here? I remember. Here they are. An 8-week kitty. Oh my goodness. Like this is something that, oh, well, let me make myself bigger. Allegedly. Tylee had drawn this, this came out of her little book. Right. Trendy AF. So, I mean, she loved to draw. I mean, I've got tons of her drawings here and a bucket list, which is kind of freaky, now, hindsight. I was like, what the hell is this doing in here? Okay. This says from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And I'm sure I printed this, I hope. It's March 26, 2018. And it's to general authority. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. General authorities and the following leaders in the United States and Canada. Area 70 stake mission district presidents, bishops, and branch presidents. Dear brethren. The first presidency issued a letter encouraging church leaders to reach out in love, to assist those who are suffering from abuse. This global issue continues to be a great concern to us today. Prove it. Prove it. Don't just say it. Prove it. Our hearts and prayers go out to all who are affected by this serious problem. To help ensure the safety and protection of our church, I'm picking, it didn't say that, of children, youth, and adults, we ask that all priesthood and auxiliary leaders become familiar with existing church policies and guidelines on preventing and responding to abuse. It's obviously not working, so why don't you switch gears like John Pryor? No kidding, huh? Look, KJ. Yeah. Dang it, Trace, I keep forgetting to download that picture. Of you doing your mission work by Melanie Pulaski, I forget. I want to share that with everybody, though. Now, something like, I know what had came up while we were, oh, hold on. I just saw something flip. Making sure. Hold on. I'm looking in my little bitty window back here, y'all. Oh, let me do this. Now we can all see it. I was gonna say, pay me. All right. Everybody's egging KJ on. Y'all stop it. I just picked it. Trace is there. She's for her. Right? Y'all, I'm gaining some damn weight. Look at this. My face is all round. That ain't all that's round. Jeez. Okay. All right. What was I gonna do? His current situation. Oh, let me go back. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I agree with that. Thanks, Bullseye. Where's the flag? Let me go grab it. Let me stop so you don't see my hiney. My hiney. Now, I don't have the fleur-de-lis on it, so just know that. Let's see. Oh, let me grab the thing. That way, I don't have to hold it. It's big. It's heavy. Oh, my goodness. Oh, gosh. I have a little couple thin signs hanging off my little. You'll see it in a minute. Oh. Well, I don't make a big mess. Oh my gosh. Wow. Whew. My goodness. Now let me get that straight. Okay. Let me see. Ooh. Okay, there it is. But there's a fleur de lis, a big wrought iron fleur de lis that goes right here. And it says, I pledge allegiance to the saints and to the great city of New Orleans and to the Super Bowl for which we will win again. One city below sea level under God with Mardi Gras, alcohol, and gumbo for all. Amen. Who dat nation? Oh my God. Yeah. Anyways. All right, let me put this up. Let me check and make sure. Cool, y'all. Thank God we're not in this chat right here. Look at that. What? No, it was just flying. It was like, brow. Let's see. How many people are in there? 1,256 people. Cheese and rice, right? Okay, so that's Nate. We're going to go here, though. And we're just waiting on the Chudster. Or blank. Fill in your Chud name or your Chad name here. Oh, I'm so glad, KJ. You did see I gave you a wrench. I know I told you that this morning, but I didn't see if you responded. So if you know how to use it, the little three dots that are on the side of everybody's comment, you can click the three dots and it'll give you options. And you can time people out. You can block them, I think. I'm not sure. I do it within StreamYard, so I don't know. I know it's a little different. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna go and look at some other. Oh, I know what it was. Now, okay, because we were talking about Church of the Firstborn, right? And so I wanted to share with y'all like my definition of the Church of the Firstborn in the context of Chad and Lori. So let me grab that real quick. While we wait, we can, talk about other stuff. Okay. And so this is just this is not official. This is my official stance on what the Church of the Firstborn is and how it relates to this case. So, let me get back to it. Okay. So I just wrote this while I was in there. The wiki version or the wiki definition or whatever explanation for the Church of the First. Oh, shit. Okay, never mind. Pause. It just came back on. Okay.
All right, we're back on the record on KCR 22211623. We are continuing through small group board Dyer with the second group here ready. Before we go on the record to board Dyer with those serves, I'll note that the states here represented by prosecutors and the defense as well as the defendant present here. We also have attending members in the courtroom of the public. And the court did have a concern raised and wanted to address that in this case on March 28th, the court issued a non-dissemination order, also commonly known as a gag order. Under the terms of that order, counsel's been prohibited from discussing this case with the media while this jury selection process is occurring in order to try to maximize our efficiency in obtaining impartial jurors. The order is directed towards counsel. However, it also does address if counsel is approached by or attempted to have communication with the media and to report that to the court if it occurs. Nothing at this stage has occurred, but the court is advising and admonishing members of the media in this case that the attorneys are currently subject to a gag order and are not permitted to talk to you about the matter while this jury selection process begins. And I'll remind counsel that if anyone persists or that occurs, you think outside of the scope of the order, please report it to the court, and the court will then address that individually with any media member that is trying to elicit a non-compliance with the order. So any questions about that or the court's order from the state?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that in mind, then I believe we're ready to continue with voir dire in this next group. Is the state ready to have the jurors brought in?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. So it'll be right before then. Yes, sir. Okay, we're gonna have a slight delay here before the jurors come in.
Courtroom daddy back
Okay,
there.
Counsel, we do have one extra juror in this pool as well. It was either late or FTA yesterday. Juror number 1112, and they'll be included in the group. We'll see them on one end or the other of the front row, wherever the bailiffs think is appropriate, and I'll have them hold up their card numbers so we can confirm where that juror is seated. It probably makes sense to seat them on the far side, to the right of 1623.
And Your Honor, I would indicate on the chart we were given, we had a placeholder. It was just for the other juror number that we brought in this morning.
Yeah,
So
okay.
would that most likely just be changed to the 1112?
Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and put them on that side, so we would have 7 on the front row. While we're waiting, also, counsel, on our juror affirmations, there's a couple of notes, and I'll share these with counsel when the time is appropriate, but just note that we've got jurors number 240 and 265. There's something else we'll address with them individually relating to their juror affirmations, and some additional information. I'll get you copies of these affirmations so that you can see what they've noted on there, and we can address those in our individual voir dire with those jurors.
All right, please. Gotta go, here you are.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
11-12, the front row forward.
Okay, I will confirm. Thank you. Okay, we're on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. I'll note that the defendant, Mr. Daybell, is here present with his counsel, Mr. Pryor. State's here as well represented by the prosecutors, and they'll be introduced individually here shortly. Is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, at this time then, just to confirm, ladies and gentlemen, of the jury that have been brought back, you're all seated now. For us to just confirm on our seating charts, if you wouldn't mind, please take those red cards you have and hold those up, and then we'll confirm our seating chart.
Your Honor, I think I have the front row on bird.
I think for purposes of going forward with the time we have, it might be easier to just get them rearranged. So if you're in the right place, 1112, and the rest of you, if you please stand up, we're going to have you change seats.
Yes. So. All rows or
No, just the front row.
just any? 1623,
Yeah, you can walk around.
then 1624. 1640. 1747. 1747 and 1758. And the last one, last year's would be 1761. And then this row needs to be one out around. It's gonna be 1760. 1793.
Okay, so we'll have the back row shift as well then.
Judge, I have 17.
Let's see, can we have the back row raise their cards? Yeah, I'm sorry, we've got that inverted from the seating charts also.
So you gotta stand up. 1793, come on around. Then it's got to be 40. You feel it? Before you come down, you get the second seat. Then 265. 1393, 240, 250, 265, 311, 328. Then 438, 512, 527, and 6517. Now I got him, Your thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailiff, appreciate that. Thanks for moving around. We're tracking you based on your numbers with the charts we've prepared. So we'll do another confirmation here at this time. If everyone would hold their red card number up, please. Okay, thanks each of you. I think we've got it lined up with our chart at this time. Before we begin this portion of the voir dire is I'll ask the state and the defense Is there any objection to the manner in which this jury panel has been recalled and seated today?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, thanks, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for returning this afternoon. You've been recalled as prospective jurors in the case now before us. I'll reintroduce myself and our court staff at this time. My name's Stephen W. Boyce, and I'm the district judge for Fremont County, Idaho, in charge of this courtroom and this trial. Our court clerk today is Shannon Holstein, seated to my right, and she's taking a record and minutes of these trial proceedings, as well as will administer oaths to you as jurors. Our courtroom marshals are here maintaining order in the courtroom and working with you jurors in where you'll be during the proceedings today. And our court reporter is seated down to my left. That's Mary Fox, who takes a stenographic record of all the proceedings. And finally, my staff attorney, Courtney Stallings, is seated to the far right, and she assists me with legal research and administrative issues that come up throughout the day. Each one of you is qualified to serve as a juror of this court, and you've all filled out a questionnaire that's now been reviewed by counsel and the court, and it was determined you could be recalled for further questioning. The first thing we're doing in this trial is to select a total of 18 jurors, which will be 12 trial jurors and 6 alternates from among you. The clerk at this time is going to go through a roll call of each of you using your red card number, and we'll start at the front row with juror 112. But Madam Clerk, at this time, would you please go through the roll call of the jurors?
I call your number, if you could say that you're here audibly. Juror 112. Here. Juror 1623. Here. Juror 1624. Here. Juror 1640. Here. Juror 1747.
Here.
Juror 1758. Here. Juror 1761. Here. Juror 1793. Here. Juror 240.
Here.
Juror 250.
Here.
Juror 265. Here. Juror 311. Here. Juror 328. Here. Juror 438.
Here.
Juror 512. Here. Juror 537. Here. And juror 657.
Here.
Thank you.
All right, thanks everyone for your attendance again. To assist you in understanding and participating in the jury selection process, I'm going to reintroduce you to the parties and their attorneys. I'd ask each as your name is called to briefly stand and face the jury panel, then retake your seat. The case has been brought by the state of Idaho, sometimes referred to by me as the prosecution. The state is represented at this trial by Lindsay Blake, prosecutor for Fremont County, Idaho; Rob Wood, prosecutor for Madison County, Idaho; Ingrid Beatty, a specially appointed prosecutor in this case; and Rocky Whitsom, a deputy prosecutor for Fremont County, Idaho. The defendant in this case, Mr. Chad Guy Daybell, is represented by his attorney, John Pryor. This case is a criminal matter, which means the defendant has been charged by the state of Idaho with a violation of the law. Last week, when you completed your questionnaires, I read to you a summary of the amended indictment containing the charges. With regard to the defendant, the state of Idaho has alleged that the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, committed the crimes of count 1, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception; count 2, first-degree murder; count 3, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder and grand theft by deception; count 4, first-degree murder; count 5, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder; count 6, first-degree murder; count 7, insurance fraud; and count 9, insurance fraud. The defendant, Mr. Daybell, has pled not guilty to the charges. Please remember, this is simply a description of those charges, and it is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, every defendant is presumed to be innocent. This means two things. First, the defendant has the burden of proving, first, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial, and the defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from a lack of evidence. If after considering all the evidence you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. I'll next discuss your duty as jurors. Your duty as jurors is to determine the facts and then apply the law set forth in my instructions to the facts. In this way, you will decide the case. In applying the court's instructions as to the controlling law, you must follow those instructions regardless of your opinion of what the law is or what the law should be, or what any lawyer may state the law to be. During the course of this trial, including the jury selection process, you are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including through use of email, text messaging, social media, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. At this time, then, I am going to request that the clerk place the entire jury panel under oath for the voir dire examination. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you please rise and raise your right hands. I'll have to do that now.
You solemnly swear or affirm that you will truthfully answer such questions as may be asked of you by court or counsel, touching upon the qualifications to sit as a trial juror in the cause now on trial, so help you God?
Yes. Thank you. Please be seated. In this part of the jury selection, you'll be asked questions touching on your qualifications to serve as jurors in this particular case. This part of the case is known as the voir dire examination. That is an ancient Anglo-Norman term dating back hundreds of years to the origins of the common law, and in Old French it simply means to speak the truth. Voir dire examination is for the purpose of determining if your decision in this case would in any way be influenced by opinions which you now hold, or by some personal experience or special knowledge which you may have concerning the subject matter to be tried. The object is to obtain 12 persons who can impartially try the issues of this case upon the evidence presented in this courtroom without being influenced by any other factors. Please understand that this questioning is not for the purpose of prying into your personal affairs, but only for the purpose of obtaining an impartial jury. Whenever you need to answer a question, you can raise your red card. When you're called upon to speak, please make a verbal response to any questions so we make a clear record, and try to avoid talking at the same time as anyone questioning you, again, so the record is clear. I'll note at this time also that these proceedings are being broadcast on the court's official YouTube channel. You are not being filmed or videoed. However, your audible answers are part of that public access through the court's channel. So with that in mind, if you have an answer to any question that you feel would be potentially embarrassing or just something you don't want to discuss open in the public, then please let me know and we'll arrange to have a more private setting where you can discuss that with the court or attorneys asking you. Also, if you have an answer to any question you think could prejudice or bias any of the other jurors here, please refrain from that, and we will discuss that again outside the presence of other jurors. Additionally, many of you may have knowledge of this case from pretrial media coverage and publicity. If you do, please do not discuss in front of the other jurors any specific facts or details of the case. We'll talk to you individually about those as well. And that way we can try to maintain impartiality through what you know not being communicated to other jurors. I'm going to now read you a special instruction that I'm providing in this case, and that's as follows. The defendant, Chad Guy Daybell, has been charged in the amended indictment with certain counts of entering into a conspiracy with Lori Vallow Daybell and or Alex Cox. The crime of conspiracy involves an agreement by two or more persons to commit a crime. You must only consider the evidence against the defendant in this case and should not speculate as to any other case or legal proceedings involving the alleged co-conspirators. You must remember that the defendant has the presumption of innocence, and you must consider his guilt or innocence based solely on the evidence provided in this case. That concludes the court's special instruction. At this time, I would instruct the attorneys for both parties to avoid repeating questions already asked and answered. The attorneys do have the right, however, to direct follow-up questions or questions answered by the jurors. Also, for the jury, you should be aware that during and following this voir dire examination, one or more of you may be challenged. Each side can challenge you for cause, meaning they can ask you to be excused for some specific reason. In addition, each side has a number of what are called peremptory challenges, and that means they can challenge you and ask you to be excused without giving any reason for the dismissal. If you are excused by either side, please do not feel offended or feel that your honesty or integrity has been questioned. It is not. I'll also mention that if you are excused and anyone approaches you or wishes to talk to you about the case, with your excusal, you're no longer a potential juror in the case. However, please be aware that we are seeking to obtain an impartial jury in this case. You may refuse to answer questions if asked by the media. Otherwise, please be respectful of your fellow jurors as well as our process in seeking to obtain an impartial jury if you do choose to make any comments. At this time, the court is going to begin its own voir dire of the jury, and after that, the attorneys for the state and the defense will be permitted to ask their questions as well. So the first matter I'll take up relates to what you've already filled out here. You were given both juror information forms as well as a questionnaire. So starting with the juror information forms, if I'm going to ask, is the information you provided in those forms still true and accurate? If it is, please raise your red card. All right, we have one juror that's a more or less juror 250. And this isn't necessarily the questionnaire yet, just the juror information form. Is there something that has potentially changed there?
I'm sorry, are we talking about
That's the questionnaire.
Okay.
The form is just, where you live, et cetera, that you're a resident of Ada County. That was something that would have been filled out, I think, before when the summons came.
my wife's title at her job is the one thing that I wrote down incorrectly.
Okay, we'll address that here in a moment on questionnaires. So in addition, of course, you completed this lengthy questionnaire last week. And I'll ask is, if you believe all the information in your questionnaire is still true and accurate, please raise your red card. Okay, and then juror 250, that was your only correction there you wanted to put on the record.
I suppose one more. I wrote that I would only have 3 weeks of PTO on my organization. This would actually be paid in full.
Okay, thank you for that further information. We'll note that as we go through our questioning. That will lead us right into that issue coming up next then. The time commitment in this case, if you're right. Okay.
Hey, allegedly innocent. Sorry, y'all. I saw they took a break. I was watching the court TV thing. with
All
that.
right, the court just inquired on the accuracy of the questionnaires and information forms. There was a question for juror 328. Did you in fact raise your card, or is there something that needs to
I
be
did
changed?
not, I have a amendment to my medical condition has changed since I filled this out.
Okay, we will bring that up with you also once we get into more specific questioning, so thank you for that information. In this matter, then, the case is going to take from 8 to 10 weeks to go through trial. And given that time frame, the court recognizes that's a difficult amount of time. Therefore, we've asked you questions about whether or not that may create a serious hardship for you. So I'm going to ask you, would that length of time of service create a serious hardship upon you or your family or your business or profession or occupation to prevent you from rendering service as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If you think you would have such a hardship, please raise your red card. Okay, if you'll hold those up for a moment, we'll note each of those. Okay, thank you. All right, on the issue of hardship then, let's start on the front row with, if you give me just a moment to locate your questionnaire, 01747. All right, I'll note in your questionnaire, you didn't indicate there was a hardship. Can you explain what has changed that you think would be a hardship for you?
So we just discharged our last employee. And now I'm a owner operator of a single man company.
So at the time you filled out the questionnaire, you had help and now you don't?
Correct.
Okay, and is this business your sole source of income?
It is.
Explain to me what would happen if you were here doing this full time for 10 weeks, given that situation.
We lose contracts, no source of income to pay rent, utilities. Those kind of things.
And again, that's a change that occurred just in the last week here.
Correct, yes.
All right, let me ask the state if the state has some follow-up order for this juror on hardship.
No, Your Honor, given that information today, the state would move to strike this juror for cause based on hardship.
And Judge, the defense would move to strike him cause for hardship as well.
All right, well, juror 1747, I agree that that would constitute a hardship preventing you from serving in this case because it is a very long trial. So thank you so much for taking your time to complete your questionnaire and to return today. The court thanks you as well as the parties. You can be excused with the thanks of the court, and please drop your questionnaire off to the bailiff on your way out. All right, the next juror we'll talk to is 1793. All right, this juror also did not indicate a hardship in the questionnaire. Can you explain what's going on that you believe would constitute a hardship?
My work will only be 10 days of being on jury and being a single mom, I don't have. He would have covered my bill.
And you have confirmed that with your employer?
I have.
All right, and do you have any other source of income? All right, any questions from the state on board Dyer on the hardship issue?
No, Your Honor, given that additional information, the state would actually make a motion to strike this juror for cause based on hardship.
Judge, the defense would concur and also make a motion to strike the hardships.
All right, juror 1793, given that situation with your employer, that being your sole source of income, the court finds the length of this trial would constitute a financial hardship. So thank you also for filling out your questionnaire and returning. You can be excused. Let's next talk to juror number 265. You indicated three different things on the questionnaire. We wanted to follow up on some more specifics with those. So why don't you just indicate on the three items you listed in your questionnaire how you believe that would constitute a hardship if you were required to serve 0265?
And mainly because of my kids and their parents. So my parents are in care, they're in memory care and have severe dementia. I do check on them every day to help with activities of daily living. I also take them to medical, dental, vision appointments, and they do have a number of appointments coming up.
On that point, to interrupt, is there anyone else that would be able to step in for that length of time and potentially cover those responsibilities?
No.
Okay, and
So is it possible for me to reschedule that and then delay everything for several months? The answer is yes, although some of these appointments have been scheduled or on the books for months now, but no, there's nobody.
okay, and well, if there's no one else to cover, there's that, but do you believe this would also, if you were worrying about that situation throughout the trial, would that potentially create a distraction for you where you'd be concerned enough about your parents that it would make it difficult for you to pay attention here during each day?
No.
All right. What was the other issue you had as well?
I think the other one that I put down was just that I have kids in elementary school and so it would be a bit of a challenge, not insurmountable, but a bit of a challenge in terms of finding childcare and rescheduling their appointments as well. So some travel with them.
All right, I'll let the state inquire.
Your Honor, we actually had a note here to follow up with this juror based on some of her comments in the hardship section. Given her statements here today, the state would make a motion to strike this juror for cause based on hardship.
All right, from the defense.
And Judge, I would just like to inquire a few things. There's family travel plans, the 24th through the 30th, is that right?
That's May, so Memorial Day. And then there's one soccer tournament for the kids.
And obviously those probably can't be rescheduled. I know the answer.
Soccer tournament, no. Family travel, yes.
Judge, I'll concur with the state and move to strike this particular potential juror for causes.
All right, given the expressed hardship for those reasons, I think primarily for the care of the parents issue, the court will determine that juror 265 has expressed a hardship requiring excusal from the case. So thank you for coming in and completing your questionnaire last week and returning today.
Thank you.
Next year we'll bring up will be juror number 311. Juror 311. I'm inclined to perhaps just have a quick sidebar over in the white noise area with this juror briefly on the hardship issues. If that's okay with council.
Yes, Judge.
All right, juror 311, if you don't mind, if you could just step down for a moment. Off the record.
All right, let me try this one. I have two different profiles. I have one in my room, which is where I'm at now, and I have one in the other room. So I was trying to add the other one. My bad. Anyways,
Well, what in the world did they do?
I think they went to go have a tea party in the corner. No.
It looked like the marshal got involved in it. I didn't know.
Yeah, brief sidebar. Y'all, that was my favorite part about being in the trial was just listening to the white noise machine. I really did like it. And it drowned them out.
Maybe we need to get a white noise wave file to play.
No kidding. I know,
Oh
right?
my gosh.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Janelle. That was very nice and sweet. Always appreciate it. And I'm trying to think who else, but I think that was only the other one.
I just
Yeah, it was the other one. Oh, give me some Dr. Peppers. I just now read it. Oh, shut up. Funny, Todd. Funny. The weed break.
Thank you. We can resume the broadcast if that was halted momentarily there. We're back on the record. The court reviewed in private with juror 311 the hardship issue. Counsel agreed, and the court does that would constitute a hardship. Is the state having an objection to 311 being excused?
No, Your Honor, we would stipulate to this juror being excused for hardship.
Thank you from the defense.
Defense is also going to stipulate her.
All right, juror 311, you are excused with the thanks of the court. Thank you for returning today and for filling out your questionnaire. Please drop that copy off with the bailiff and you may be excused.
Good boy. Okay.
We'll next talk to juror 328. All right, juror 328, you've expressed a concern about plans you have assisting with the work camp. and May 26th through the 31st. I wanted to confirm, is that still plans you've got?
Yeah.
All right, can you explain what would occur if you were to miss that?
I helped plan and run that camp and I have for 23 years, so I just need to be there to do that, and I have people that count on me to be there, so I wouldn't be able to do that.
All right, and I won't keep pressing, but I'll just ask, have you thought about or determined if maybe somebody else in your absence would be able to cover that this time?
There's a group of staff there, so I'm sure they would find someone to lead my team, in my place. It would become a fit, but I'm sure they'd find someone.
All right, let me inquire of the state if you've got any proposed regard for this juror.
Your Honor, we had a note on this as well, given the representation that there was this camp and the strong desire to attend it and the commitment that had been made to it. Given all of that information, the state would make a motion to remove this juror for cause based on hardship.
Defense would concur.
All right, well, sounds like a good cause you're involved in. Thank you for that. The timing is not probably going to work for that for this trial. So based on that, the court does find that will constitute hardship. And with the motion of both the defense and the state, you'll be excused for that reason. Thank you for completing your questionnaire and coming back today. I think that includes those that raised their red cards, but I may have missed one. Is there somebody else that raised a red card in response to that question? All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll next go into the area of previous knowledge of this case, if you do have any. This case has been publicized widely. If you do have any knowledge of the case that you've obtained through radio, television, newspapers, podcasts, etc., would you please raise your red card? Okay, if you'll hold those up again for a moment, we'll take those up one by one. All right, for those of you with those answers, we'll simply address those individually with you during the next section when we don't have the others present for those discussions. I'll next move on to the subject matter of this case, and that involves, as you've heard, charges of murder, conspiracy, and insurance fraud. Is there anything about those particular charges that you think would make it impossible or difficult for you to fairly and objectively evaluate the evidence in this case and to render a verdict? Okay, no one answered affirmatively for that. Next set of questions I'll ask might seem overly obvious to you, but certain state statutes require that I ask these questions to make sure there's no connection between you and either the parties or the defendant in the case. So, are any of you related by blood or marriage to the defendant, or do you know him from any kind of business or social relationship? All right, no one answered affirmatively. Do any of you have any kind of a legal relationship with any of the attorneys, including a relationship of guardian and ward, master and servant, employer and employee, creditor and debtor, landlord and tenant, or boarder or lodger? So any of those types of relationships between you and any lawyers? All right, no one answered yes to that. Are any of you jurors a party in any kind of a civil action, lawsuit, or anything else against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? No one answered yes. Have any of you ever brought a criminal complaint against the defendant, Mr. Daybell? Or have any of you ever been accused of any crime by any of these prosecutors that are here present today? All right, no one answered to that. Do any of you have any kind of attorney-client relationship, either current or previous in the past, with Mr. Pryor or his law firm? No answer to that. Do any of you have any relationship by blood or marriage to any of the lawyers here? Or do you know them from any kind of professional, business, or social relationship? All right, no one responded to that. Have any of you formed or expressed an unqualified opinion that the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the offense charged? Okay, no one responded to that. Do any of you have any kind of bias or prejudice, either for or against the defendant, Chad Guy Daybell? No one answered that question. Are any of you unwilling to follow my instructions to you as the jury to apply the law in determining this case? There's no response to that. Do any of you have any kind of religious or moral position that would make it impossible for you to sit in judgment of another or to render a fair and impartial verdict? No one answered that affirmatively. Are there any of you that, if you're selected as a juror in this case, would be unwilling or unable to render a fair and impartial verdict based upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law instructed by the court? No one answered that affirmatively. And finally, a catch-all question for you. Is there any other reason why you would not be able to give this case your undivided attention and render a fair and impartial verdict? Okay, no one answered that, so that will conclude the court's voir dire of this jury panel. At this time, I'll allow the state to proceed with its voir dire. I'll next have the defense follow up. So, Ms. Blake, you can proceed.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you being back this afternoon and hanging in there with us. We know this has been a process. You were all here last week, and now you're here again today. Just to kind of talk to you a little bit about why we do this is, as we go through this selection process, we want to ensure that we get jurors that can be impartial and that can sit and hear the evidence and provide it the weight that it's due, and then ultimately render a decision in this matter. Both the defendant, Mr. Chad Daybell, and the state of Idaho both deserve a fair trial. And so that's why we go through this process. As we go through it, I may ask some questions. I may ask people to give me some answers, and I may call on a few people as we go through this process. I don't want anyone to think I'm picking on you. That's just what we're trying to do, is select a jury. And for that reason, to ensure a fair trial to both, to everyone here today. So with that being said, I'm going to ask you to think about the term brutal honesty. And juror 1761, if I use the term brutal honesty, what comes to mind for you?
Being totally honest, whether it feels good or not.
Thank you. And juror 1758, how about you?
I thought about a club.
And if you hear the term honesty, what do you think?
Fair.
Fair? Okay. And I don't know about all of you, but do you all have someone in your life that maybe doesn't hold back? They're going to tell you the truth no matter what, even if it hurts your feelings. They're just going to give it to you straight. Do we all have someone like that? So for me, I had my first niece when she was younger. I learned pretty quickly she could be that person for me. She was young, didn't have the filter, and did not hold back. So if I truly wanted to know how an outfit looked or anything, she was going to give it to me straight. So to me, she was my brutally honest person. In this case, the judge has already talked to you about the charges. So we have multiple counts of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and we have multiple counts of first-degree murder. With these type of cases, oftentimes the evidence that may be presented can contain graphic images. And in this case, we have 2 children that were murdered, a mother of 5. So you may see photos, autopsy photos or otherwise, that may be graphic. Is there anyone here that would have concerns about looking at those type of photos? And juror 1758, you indicated you may have some concerns. Can you talk to me a little bit about what those would be? Rather not say. And I should have started out this way, and I know the judge said, if there's ever anything that you'd be more comfortable talking about outside of the group setting, we can absolutely do that. Is this maybe a situation like that where you'd like to talk outside of the group, or would you rather just not say in general? Okay. Can I ask you, if you were to be instructed by the court that you have to review all evidence, hear all testimony, and then ultimately it would be up to you to give it the weight it's due, do you feel that whatever concerns you have in seeing those type of images would be so great that you couldn't just give that type of evidence the weight that you felt it was due?
Maybe.
You do have concerns about that? Do you feel that your concerns are such that you don't believe that you could sit and be fair and impartial in the case if you were to see images that you found disturbing? Your Honor, I think with those answers, the state would make a motion to remove juror 1758 for cause.
And Judge, I would stipulate to that.
All right, I've considered those responses as well as responses in the jurors questionnaire. I do find there are grounds to support the challenge, so juror 1623, we appreciate your honesty and candor.
And Your Honor, I believe that was juror 1758.
Thank you for that important correction. We'll go ahead and sustain the strike for that juror. Thank you for returning today and for filling out your questionnaire last week, and that will conclude your service. All right, you can continue with Fort Dyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. And when I talk to you about brutal honesty, that's exactly what we're talking about, is we want to ensure that people can be honest and completely honest as we're going through this jury selection process. And then later on, when you're given instructions from the judge and you're allowed to go and talk about the evidence and deliberate if you're chosen to be on the jury, then you get that opportunity. But we need to make sure that anyone that's doing that can be brutally honest. So I appreciate juror 1758's very candid responses as we go through this. Juror 1640, would you have concerns about seeing those type of images?
I think seeing those images just on humanity side of things would be difficult. I don't believe it would impact a decision.
You feel that you could just weigh them in and give them the weight you feel they're due in relation to all the evidence presented? Would that be fair? Thank you. Have all of you been on a plane before? I see nods from everyone. So when you get on the plane, at some point, the pilot or the stewardess comes on and announces, sit back, enjoy the flight. We're going to arrive at our destination at such and such time. If instead of that, the pilot came over the intercom or the PA system and said, hey, I'm going to try to land the plane and I think we'll get there this time. How many of you would feel comfortable staying on that plane? I see some people shaking their heads. No, I don't see any shaking their heads. Yes. So juror 438, would you feel comfortable staying on that plane? And why wouldn't you feel comfortable?
Just, it's unsure.
The uncertainty of it. And juror 250, how about you?
I wouldn't feel comfortable.
And why wouldn't you feel comfortable?
Because I don't think that they'd be qualified for what they're doing.
I appreciate that. And I want to let you know where I'm going with that. And the reason that we give that analogy is, as I've already talked about, we're trying to select jurors that can be fair and impartial, because both the defendant, Chad Daybell, and the state are both entitled to a fair trial. So similar to the pilot, we want to make sure that we get jurors that can land the plane. So jurors that can be fair and impartial, weigh all the evidence, give it the weight that they feel it's due, and then ultimately meet together to deliberate and reach a conclusion. And so, again, when we talk about the brutal honesty, if at any point someone has concerns about that, please just let me know. I have a little one, and in the mornings when we get up, one of his favorite things to do is he wants to make me a cup of coffee. But when he makes that cup of coffee, we have a coffee machine, and there's certain directions that you have to follow to use that coffee machine. So you've got to open the top, put the pot in, close it, and hit the button to brew the coffee. So he's learned how to do that. I don't know, do any of you have experience with that? Electronics or coffee machines? Everyone used them before? And they all come with a set of instructions or directions that we have to follow. And in everyone's experience, if you follow those directions, barring there being something wrong with the appliance, does it generally work? So in this case, as we go through things, at some point, the court has given you one instruction or a couple instructions, but one was given today. As we go through this process, the judge will give you even more instructions. And some of those instructions are going to deal with the crimes charged, and they're going to lay out what the elements are that the state has to prove. And the state has the burden of proof in this case, no question about that. And the court will instruct on what elements the state has to prove with each charge. So as you go through those, similar to the instructions to use an appliance, you'll follow those. Now, some people might say, well, maybe I could modify the appliance and make it work. Maybe if I add this to it, it makes the appliance work better. But here in the courtroom, we don't get to do that. So you may look at those jury instructions and you may think, man, I don't think they should have to use this element, or man, they should really have to prove this element. Can everyone commit that you would set any of those thoughts aside and only follow the instructions as given by this court? And could everyone commit that regardless of if someone tried to instruct you differently, or if someone tried to convince you that you didn't have to follow that instruction, that you would stick with whatever instructions given by the court and only follow that one? Thank you for that. With some of these charges, they involve the crime of homicide. And in those, and again, the court will be the one to give you the instructions, but you'll be told that the state has the burden to prove that a homicide happened, but one of the elements is not going to be that the state has to prove the cause of death. Would that cause anyone concerns in being able to follow the instruction as given by the court? Would anyone be concerned and say, well, I think the state should have to prove this, and so we're going to hold them to an additional element? No one would do that. Thank you. Does anyone here watch football? I see some people kind of. Okay. Juror 1624. Or no, sorry, 1623. I think you're the one that was said kind of. So this year in the Super Bowl, Kansas City Chiefs won. And some people may be happy about that, some may not. But regardless of your feelings of who won, would you agree that everyone on the team should get a ring? A Super Bowl ring. So even if you look at it and you say, man, the quarterback did a lot more, would you agree the punter should also get a ring, and the coach, and even the second string that may not have even played on the field? Because they're all part of it. And I'll ask, I think, Juror 240, you said you kind of watch football?
Yeah.
Do you feel the same way? Should everyone on the team get a ring? And why do you think they should all get a ring?
A lot of times it's not a player's choice if they're on the second string. I'm sure they would love to be on the field too, but I figure if they're part of the team, they deserve a ring.
Thank you. The judge has given you one instruction regarding conspiracy, and he's talked about two co-conspirators in this case, or two named co-conspirators, Lori Vallow, Daybell, and Alex Cox. And you've been told and instructed by the court that you shouldn't concern yourselves with anything that may or may not have gone on with regard to those two co-conspirators. And everyone has committed, you can follow the court's instruction, right? What you will hear about in this trial is some evidence and testimony regarding those co-conspirators. You may hear evidence and testimony regarding actions that they're alleged to have done. You'll also be given instructions regarding a conspiracy. And you'll be, and we'll talk about the fact that it involves an agreement between two or more persons to commit a crime. And then in addition to that, that one of those individuals, just one, has to do some kind of act in furtherance. So one person has to do something to try to further that conspiracy or that agreement to carry out a crime. Does anyone have concerns if you were to hear that person A, person A, B, and maybe C agree to something, and only person A does another act? Could everyone here commit to follow the court's instruction regarding what's required for a conspiracy? And that would include the only one of them had to do an act in furtherance. Does that cause anyone concern? If today you had gotten out of bed and come to court, and as you left home, the sky was turning a little bit gray, and you came in the courtroom and we shut all the windows and you couldn't see outside. And when you get outside, you notice there's rain all over your car, the grass is wet, the pavement's wet, you start to drive home and you see everything's wet. Would you be able to determine what happened? Okay. I see people nodding their heads yes. And juror 1624, now I'll come to you. What would you determine had happened?
Obviously rain.
Thank you. And juror 438, how about you?
Same thing. It rained and hailed and something. You got one.
And juror 512?
It rained.
And would you be able to make that determination without actually seeing the rain? So in this case, you may hear different types of evidence, and you may hear the term circumstantial evidence. Do any of you have a problem with weighing all the evidence presented and giving it the weight it's due and reaching your conclusion? Would anyone here say, if I don't see this particular type of evidence, I'm not going to be able to consider everything in this case? Does anyone come in here today with a preconceived notion that if someone's charged with homicide, we have to see this specific piece of evidence? Nobody? And Judge, I don't have any additional questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, you can commence with the defense for Dyer this time.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're here today because obviously we have a disagreement between the state of Idaho, the prosecutors, and the defense. Part of the process that you're involved in is for us to be able to ask you some questions, to talk to you about your feelings about a lot of subjects. And I understand it can be uncomfortable and can be difficult, but really this is our opportunity. The prosecutors, they want to get to know you a little bit better. And I'd like to get to know you a little bit better. And all of your opinions are important. Every single one of your opinions are very important to us, because that's the only way we can determine if it's going to be a fair, partial trial. All of you folks kind of understand that? And one of the important things, and Ms. Blake was kind enough to point that out, that we need to talk to you about trying to be as honest, because there is no wrong answer. All of us come from many, many diverse backgrounds. All of us have many, many experiences. Most of you are a lot younger than me, and I have a much different experience than many of you who are still very young. Okay, so we all come from different backgrounds. We all have different ideas, and as you walk through this and see this process, you'll realize, oh, there's a lot of us that don't really agree on everything, and we just have different views. But that doesn't make anybody's view less important. So if I could just ask you, please don't be afraid to express your view. And again, if you're uncomfortable expressing something to me, just say it, and we can arrange for the judge to sit with us, and we could talk about it privately, because this isn't supposed to embarrass you. This isn't supposed to make you uncomfortable. It's just a chance for me to spend some time with you, a little bit of time to get to know and see where you fit in terms of whether or not you might be a good juror for just this case. All of you, in going over this thing, I've realized that all of you would be great jurors in a lot of cases. But every case, like anything else, is always different. And that's kind of what we're going through, and that's what we're trying to accomplish here today, okay? So I'm going to start out with a couple of easy questions, and I'm not going to, and if you don't know the answer to anything, just don't answer. Just say, you know, I don't know. I'm fine with that, okay? So all of you heard the charges. Judge Boyce was kind enough to read the charges and let us know what we're here for. And obviously, these folks know what we're here for, and I know what you're here for, what Chad's here for. But when you heard the charges read, did anybody assume right off the bat that Chad was guilty of the charges? Can I see your, just raise your hand if you said, think he was? Nobody. Now, a good number of you have had some exposure to media. And could I see a raise of hands on the red cards, those of you who have watched any kind of media as it relates to this case? So 112, 24, and 438. So 112, tell me a little bit about the media you watched.
This prior, I'm sorry, I want to do this in individual voir dire, just in case it doesn't elicit any specific facts.
And I was going to go with a very general, but I think I'll defer to the court and do it on private.
All right, thank you. That's correct.
So let's move on from the media exposure, because I think I can handle that differently. Does anybody believe that Chad should have to testify to prove his innocence? The judge is going to give you an instruction that's going to say, Chad is not required to testify. It's not his job to prove that he's innocent of these charges. Does everybody understand that? Okay. Does everybody understand that the prosecuting attorney is required to prove that Chad is guilty of these charges? Would anybody require Chad to prove that he's guilty of any charges? Raise your hands if you think Chad should prove that he's, that he's innocent of all of these charges. Anybody require Chad to prove that he's innocent? Juror 1112, you just hesitated.
I was trying to, in my mind, understand what exactly you were asking, because it was like, I mean, he's here in court, so he has to somewhat, he's saying he's not guilty. So I was trying to decide how you were wording it. If I think he needs to be part of the versus.
And that's what that's really great part of this discussion we're having tonight. It's because I kind of want to delve into that and see what you think he should have to do to be part of this process. What do you think he needs to do?
I don't know. I feel like we will see all of the evidence, and I feel like he's already claimed he's not guilty. That's what he's saying.
Right.
So I feel like we just need to look at the evidence and make a decision for ourselves.
Okay.
I don't think he needs to do anything extra than the evidence that was given, because I feel like that's what the court's supposed to give us, that we're supposed to use.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And do you think it's necessary in order to come to a conclusion that he should have to present evidence? Okay, and does everybody understand that if Chad and I decided to, the state could put on their case and I could say, I don't need to show anything. And if the state hasn't done what they're trying to do in this case, all of you, the verdict would be not guilty. You folks understand that? Everyone raise your hands if you understand. It's just what it's. Now, do any of you jurors know each other? Anybody know each other personally, friendships otherwise? No? We're going to be sitting for long periods of time. And I happen to mention one of the older people here. I am. And sitting for these young folks here, sitting for a long period of time, sometimes it's uncomfortable. Is there anybody here who has difficulty sitting for long periods? Okay, thank you. And even though both of you are much younger than I am, tell me, is there a limit, or is it going to be a problem for you to have to sit for a long period of time? It is?
Basically, yes.
Okay, can you make it an hour or hour and a half, or is this gonna push it a little bit? And if this is too private, we can go and talk to the judge privately if you'd like to do that.
No, it's, no, a couple hours.
Okay.
Need to stand up after that.
And, you know, and we're gonna be doing this for like 8 to 10 weeks, every day, 5 days a week. Is that gonna be tough for you?
Hopefully.
Do you think it was gonna be tough enough that you're gonna have trouble concentrating and focusing on the case?
No. I've got it. Got a mind.
Well, I don't wanna question your mind, because I have oh my gosh, I don't wanna say how old she is, because she really good at it. My mother is sharper than I am. And a lot smarter than I am. So I'm not questioning that, but I know I've been uncomfortable after sitting for 22 hours. I just want to make sure you're going to be okay. Be okay? Will you let us know if you change your mind on that? Will we bring you back? Promise me. Okay. And then we had juror number 512. Did I get your number right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the same thing. And like I said, because you're so much younger than I am, it's hard for me to believe that.
I get really restless, tingling through my body, restless leg syndrome, but I have medication that doctor gave me for long overseas flights that I can take, doesn't affect my ability to think, just makes things not so jumpy.
Okay.
You're okay with that?
And are you gonna be able to do this for like 8 or 10 weeks?
Yeah.
You sure? And if there's a problem, and again, the judge isn't gonna let me get out with that. If I tell him that my legs hurt and I need to stand up, he's probably not gonna let me do that. But for you, I'm pretty sure he's gonna do that.
It hurt, it just jump.
Okay, okay, thank you. I want to kind of get into this discussion about graphic pictures. And some of you have talked about some of the media exposure and other things. When you watch TV and you see startling pictures, would most of you agree with me that the reason they show those startling pictures is to get a reaction? Raise your hand if you agree with that. One person agrees with that. Okay. Is there anybody who would give me some other reason why media outlets, or podcasts, or any of these personalities display, tantalizing facts or pictures? Go ahead, juror. That would be juror number 250.
Correct. To get more viewers.
Okay. So it's kind of a self-serving. They sensationalize things, they inflate things, and they do it to try to get people to watch their show.
At the root, I would just say.
Okay. Now, if you're shown very graphic pictures, okay, it's going to be difficult not to have a reaction. And go ahead.
I don't know.
You don't think so?
Well, when I was growing up, I've seen Live Leak, I've seen a lot of gory videos. It doesn't make sense.
Do you think that applies to the rest of these folks?
No, not at all. I think I'm unique.
And juror number 1620. Oh my goodness, 1620.
My profession is safety, so I've seen a lot of really, reaction would be just like, oh, but not a reaction to make a decision factor on it.
Okay, that's really where I'm kind of going. Because quite frankly, we're going to be looking at some very graphic pictures. Look at some tough pictures. These pictures are going to hurt your heart. They're going to hurt your heart a lot. These pictures hurt my heart. But as juror number 1623 said, you may have a reaction, but you don't make a decision based on that reaction. Would you agree with that? Okay, does everybody understand that? So when you look at these graphic pictures, you can look at them, observe them, but does anybody think it's fair that when you look at these graphic pictures, you assign your reaction and immediately make Chad responsible for those? Is that fair? Would anybody raise their hand if they think that's fair by looking at graphic pictures and immediately say, well, it's all his fault? Does anybody believe that's fair? Please raise your hand. Thank you. Okay. Now, Ms. Blake was talking about the plane and getting on the plane. And if the pilot makes the comment that he does, you don't know what's going to happen to the plane. If you're trying to determine what's going to happen to the plane, would you call that trying to determine what's going to happen to the plane a guess? Because we don't know. Would everybody agree that that's a guess, or you're speculating what's going to happen to the plane? Would that be fair? Anybody disagree with that? No. Okay. So when you speculate or you guess about things, does everybody agree that could be problematic in a number of ways by speculating and guessing? And I see some heads shaking, and I see some people acknowledging that, and I'm going to pick on 1640 a little bit. I don't want to use pick on. I think what I'm going to say is I want to hear your opinion because it's important. And all of your opinions are important to me, all of them. And please, if I don't call you, it's not that I don't value your opinion. If anybody wants to say anything, please speak up. I want to hear it. But when you're making major decisions in your life, do you ever think that it's a good idea to guess or speculate about what you should do?
Try not to.
Right. And why do you try not to?
I need the numbers, Judge.
1640. Why do you try not to?
If it's a major decision in my life, I like to go with as much concrete facts as I can.
And you could understand how important that is, because if you're making a major decision, whether about yourself or about anybody else, it's extremely important that you make that major decision on concrete facts that you have. Would anybody disagree with that? 1761, you shook your head and you said, no, I wouldn't disagree with that. Do you think it's important that when you make a major decision, regardless of what it is, that you base it on concrete facts that you have at hand?
Yeah.
Should you guess about other things and speculate and say, well, maybe that kind of thing, or should you really be making it on the concrete facts? Okay, all right. Juror number 657, you sat there very quietly, and I also want to hear from you because I want to value your opinion. Tell me a little bit about speculation and guessing. Is that important when you're trying to make a decision on important things?
I think you shouldn't just like guess on a whim on something or just think, oh, okay, yeah, I'll choose this or this. You really do need to weigh everything that you have in mind, whether it's been presented to you or you already acknowledge it. Well, I guess that's kind of a poor way of wording it. But basically everything that you know of properly, that's been presented to you properly, you should weigh that.
Okay. Okay. And juror number 537, can I hear your thoughts on that a little bit?
Yes, it's really important, especially if it's going to be something that's going to affect you or affect those around you, that you make the best possible decision based on the information you have. You try to guess or anything like that, you're not taking the facts and you're not taking it and making that decision. You're maybe letting your heart or somebody else's influence cause you to make a decision.
All right. And go ahead, I'm sorry, juror number 657, please.
Sorry, I just kind of wanted to reword what I said just to make sure I kind of get it across clearly.
Okay.
Basically, when it comes to making any sort of major decision, it's almost never a good idea just to guess, on a whim or, just assume, I guess you could say.
Right.
It's always very important to weigh information, weigh facts before you make, especially a big decision.
Right. And would you all agree with me that it's never a good idea to speculate about facts? That what we should really do is look at what we have at hand and make a determination based on what we have hand and not guess about other things, other possibilities. All of you agree with me in that? Go ahead. I saw you.
We're talking about two, so we're talking about two different things here, because that's saying about this case, which I
No, no,
agree
no.
with, right?
I'm talking about.
But there was
Hold
also
on.
a personal side.
Hey,
here.
wait. We cannot talk at the same time as each other, so we need to have question
Go ahead,
and
I'm
answer
sorry.
for the court reporter. Apologies.
He's 438.
Mr. Pryor, if you just pose a new question and then let's make sure to not have that.
And I apologize, Jared. I was just, I wasn't talking specifically about the case about speculation. I was talking about major decisions in your life, how you go about making decisions about those. So go ahead.
Well, sometimes I don't have all the facts, like major decisions. It might be a financial decision, buying stocks. I collect all the facts that I have at the time, but there is an element of speculation when it becomes personal. And I have to make a decision.
Okay.
So that, I'm just saying there was some questions about personal, and then it went down this case, and I kind of like separating the two just based on questions.
Okay. And lastly, and then I'll, well, maybe lastly. I don't judge. I listen to country music. And I enjoy it. Some of you look horrified. And there's a song that I like occasionally play. It's a song that says, everything that glitters is not gold. And it talks about relationships. And I see some heads shaking, 1, 12, 11, 1, 1, 1, 2 shaking. Tell me what came to your mind when you heard me say that? You know the song?
I think so, and I mean, I agree. I think there's a lot of things that are distracting or that might look really nice or things that you think are good things and then you realize they're not. And the things that probably are worth more gold are things that aren't tangible. So, so yeah, I agree with that, but there's not always a base value that it's not.
And would you agree with me, and all of you agree with me, that sometimes you look at something and it's shiny and it looks great. It looks like a wonderful opportunity. And then when you delve in deeper, you realize that maybe this glittery gold isn't what it's representing to me. And that's juror number 537. Talk to me a little bit. I see you nodding.
Yeah. For instance, if a job opportunity is presented to you and they really hype it up and say, this is going to be so much better than what the place that you're at already. It's gonna be the same thing that you're doing, but we're gonna give you more money, the culture is gonna be better, it's gonna be better emotionally and physically for you. And you go, oh yeah, because you're maybe not super content where you're at, but you like what you're doing. And then you go to this other place and you're doing the same thing and you still love what you're doing, but it's not what they said it was gonna be.
And the problem is that if we're talking about a job, you quit your other job. You move on with your life and you put some investment into something. And you believe all these things, whoever it is telling you that this is gold and you're gonna love this. And then when it's too late, you find out if it's not gold, it's focus basin and it's fool's gold. You all know what I'm talking about. That's a real situation. Would you agree? Would everybody agree with that? People fall into that trap very easily. And it's very easy to get people to fall into that if you dangle them the gold in front of them. And all of us are susceptible to that. And when you fall into that trap, it's painstaking, isn't it? Don't you agree with that? Especially if it's a job. Folks, I want to thank you. You made this very easy. I hope I haven't inconvenienced you or embarrassed any of you. And please, I want to thank you for your time. It's important that we have a chance to meet each other and talk about these things. And I appreciate the time that you've given me today. Thank you, folks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. What I intend to do next, let's have the jurors excused. We'll take a mid-afternoon brief recess and start with our individual board dire. However, just before we have the jurors excused, there's two I'll just have stay together with some questions on the juror affirmation. So we've got juror 240 and 265. And if we could have the rest of the juries retire for a minute, and I'll pass to counsel these for their review, and then we'll have a few questions on that, and we'll continue in individual.
Your Honor, I think you can signify with already excused.
Oh, apologies, I should have been tracking them. So we'll only need to talk to 240 then.
All right, please. Yes.
Yeah, y'all are cracking me up. Oh my goodness. Candy keeps holding up the damn microphone like, come on, man. Right? I'm sorry, y'all. I'm having to lay on my tummy. I'm having woman issues, if you know what I mean. So, poor Donna. I don't have Jason here to talk to, so I've been like, well, anyways. I know. I can't believe we're taking breaks today. Damn. I'm glad. I think I'm becoming delusional at this point.
I think that that it could. Do you think it's going to go on like it? Oh gosh, it's going to go on right now.
All right, juror 240, excuse the other jurors. I just had a question and wanted some clarification in your juror affirmation form.
Yes.
And you made a notation and said, quote, have watched the jury deliberations. So,
I think it meant selection, but yes.
okay, so let me just clarify that issue. You filled out your questionnaire, and then after that is when you did watch some of these proceedings that were being live streamed or something?
Yes, I was curious about what questions would be asked of the jurors. And I knew that the jury selection was being live streamed, so I pulled it up and watched maybe half an hour of it.
All right. And I appreciate your honesty on that. Did you understand that you were advised not to do that?
I guess I didn't think about it at the time, but I also didn't think that official court business would be an issue. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about it at the time.
Okay. I guess the concern I would raise is if this is a continuing instruction and if we make it more clear, is this something you think you'd be able to refrain from doing and follow the instructions, including not watching any further proceedings either now or when trials taking place?
Yes, that would not happen to me.
Okay. I want to have a little additional voir dire from the state and the defense just on that issue, and then we'll determine where we are. And in fact, just in the interest of efficiency here, if we want to just do the individual voir dire first with this juror, let's just go ahead and do that. But the first, I do want to bring up the subject of that with the affirmation. And again, I very much appreciate your honesty in advising the court of that. And I think that does say a lot that you did advise us, and I can understand that may not have been entirely clear and may not have been clear to you that we were actually going to be broadcasting these proceedings. So if the parties are ready to do that, do you say have any questions regarding that comment in the affirmation?
Not with regard to that comment, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I do have a comment in regards to that, but it touches on what he said in his questionnaire. One of the comments he made in his questionnaire, if you want to give me some latitude. You don't, and you would rather wait, I can wait, Judge.
Yeah, I will. There's some potential bias in here from pretrial knowledge also. So if you want, we could just start with looking at that issue as well.
Your Honor, if we may have just a moment to confer with counsel.
Why don't you do that, and then we'll just take up sort of the full individual questioning of this juror on the individual voir dire.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yeah.
It's like they put David Warwick on the jury panel, right? In a hard time. Don't look. That's the first thing I'm doing is looking. If somebody tells me not to do something, I'm sure about to do it. Right? I'm not alone. Yeah, my mom figured that out probably about 2 years ago. She was like, "Oh yeah, I finally figured it out." I was like, "Took you long enough." If she tells me not to do something, I'm doing it. If she tells me to do something, probably not gonna happen so fast. You know? Yeah. I don't know. And I don't mean that in like a mean way or disrespectful. I'm just like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna touch the paint." All right.
Okay, we're back on the record now. We had a sidebar discussing briefly with council the issue as well as topics raised in the questionnaire for juror 240. The court understands that the parties would essentially stipulate and agree that 240 may be dismissed based on responses for bias at this stage. Does the state move to strike this juror based on that?
We do, Your Honor.
All right, any
That's
objection?
just one judge.
All right, well, juror 240 again, thank you so much for your honesty in filling that out. For reasons also stated within the questionnaire about some knowledge of the case as well. We've determined that it would be inappropriate for you to serve in this case, just mainly based on that prior knowledge of the case. And so for that reason, you will be excused. And we appreciate you coming in, filling out your questionnaire and returning today. You may submit your questionnaire to the bailiff there, and you are excused from service.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, let's take a recess here, and then we'll come back on the record for further individual voir dire of this remaining jury panel.
All right, please.
Everybody rise, stretch it out. Come on. I gotta do it too. I gotta stand up, move around, stretch, 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 getting fit for trial, right? Oh my gosh. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Did I run them out? I know the little rides in front of Kmart, y'all, straight up. I'd be like, "Mom, please, please, Mom, please." I just want to ride, right? Oh, they don't have those anymore. Not that I know of. Hell, we don't even have a Kmart anymore. Code to lights out. Lights but no sirens. Oh my goodness, y'all. Oh, let me sit up and be professional, right? I'm laying on my tummy in my bed. So, Lamisa says, honestly, life's been so dull. I'd ride those. Oh, well, those rods or those rides, girl? I don't know if I want to repeat that. Oh, for shits and giggles, yeah. Right. Thank you, Anna, for keeping up with the juror number count thingy. If we don't stretch, we'll all end up with blood clots. We can blame that on Chad and Lori too. Oh my God, that's awesome. No matter what happens in life ever since this all began in my family, right? everything is their fault. Oh yeah, it's just the go-to. I'm like, damn it, you Chad and Lori. Fancy Nancy needs the little horse as a Christmas gift, right? Every day to heart's contempt, right? Remember those horses with the springs? You know, hobby horses or whatever. And how many of us got our fingers pinched in those damn springs and never did it again, right? Because that's how we rolled back then. You just you know, you don't do it twice. You learn from your mistakes. My mom told me that my first word was hot. So, and that is because she said it's hot, I guess, multiple times, probably. And I touched it any damn way. So, you know, just to see if she was telling me the truth for sure. That's funny though. I'm not, like I said, I'm not disrespectful. I'm just like curious and I don't know, ornery. Hard-headed is what most call it. Determination is another. But anyways, oh my gosh, y'all. Whew. To all of you coming to Arizona, we have a full-size carousel in the mall. All right. I'll pay for the first round. Oh my goodness.
So Cresha, no. Cresha,
Yes. Yes.
did you see my little note I put in the private chat?
No, now I do. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing that in just a few minutes, and I didn't want you to just like be alone and not know why. But I will be back. I don't know how long he's going to go on. It's no telling.
Yeah. I'll be all by myself, just like Chad.
Well, you got this. That's a great gang of people we got here.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm going to back out and maybe go on and do that.
All right, girl. Be careful. Be good or be good at
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Or both, right? Be good or be good at it. 70s and 80s babies were raised by wolves, y'all, in the streets. I know I was. Right? I'm sorry, but no, I'm not sorry. That was like the wrong choice of words. I'm so proud. Like, I'm happy that I was raised in the time period in which I was raised. For real. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm so happy about the fact that, you know, I kind of knew both worlds of before tech and then after tech, you know. I appreciate both sides of that. You know, before we had devices in our faces. Oh, and I was talking to Sue Ellen the other day, and she was like, "Oh, hold on, I gotta plug my phone back into the wall." And I was like, you know, isn't that something how we think that we got away from cordless phones, but we in fact did not, because we are still anchored to the wall, you know, via the charger. It's funny. Yep, that's what makes us great. I think so too. You're a 60s baby? Well, we like your kind too, right? Because that's what created our generation and taught us. So, I mean, you guys we couldn't do it we couldn't be here without our generations before us, you know? I think. I really do appreciate that. In that sense, I've always appreciated my elders, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way or anything, but I mean that with the most respect. I don't really know how to say it. I don't know, just the way. I don't know, just the way it played out. Way more anchored than we used to be. Yes. I totally get that. I don't know. Like, I think about my mom, all my grandparents, just from their time. And I just love hearing stories about those times. And my mom used to tell me all kinds of stories, y'all. I mean, just some really good stories. Or sometimes I would sit, I'd be at her house, and it's like I was the only one that would kind of just go and start looking at all the photo albums and stuff that would be kind of she had like you know, them old ass coffee tables that were heavy as hell. And she had like a cabinet in the middle of it. Well, anyways, I would open up that cabinet and I'd pull out the pictures. And then, I mean, before we knew it, we'd have all the photo albums out and you know, just going picture by picture, one by one. And she would just tell me all kinds of stories about this picture or that picture. And I mean, I really ate those times up. Really. I'm old. I survived trampolines without side netting. Right? Right? Yes, I know. I mean, I'm not saying we didn't get banged up and bumped up and bruised up. And I remember one time those monkey bars, or I think that's what they're called. But it was like a dome shape. Um, anyways, I was little. I was like 7, and like I was on top of it, like I shouldn't have been, right? Because that's what you do. You do what you're not supposed to, unless you're a good kid. But I remember falling like through the holes because, you know, that's why they tell you not to stand on the damn thing. And then it like caught my ear, and the whole back of my ear was bruised. Oh, so bad. Oh my God, it hurt so bad. Yes, Ravina. If we disrespected our elders, not only did our parents get us, but then our aunties and our uncles will hear about it and call you over for talking to, right? Oh my God. I don't know. I miss that. It's like, I don't know. It's just special. I really like it. I miss it. And I mean, you know, we go through different things in our lives and, you know, tragedies and um, some of us go through abuse and things like that. But, you know, I've had I have a lot of good childhood memories as well. And, you know, it's nice to reminisce about those sometimes. It reminds us who we are and where we came from. And that just reminded me of the old mom, you know, how she always says, remember who you are and where you came from or where you come from. This is how old I am. My siblings and cousins used to play man from uncle in our front and backyard. Man from uncle. I don't even know what that is. Besides, I remember my cousins, they were older, my boy cousins, you know, they would take my pinky, or our pinkies, I say mine, but our pinkies, the younger ones, and they would, like at the first knuckle, they would like hold it and squeeze it, and they'd be like, call me uncle, or call me whatever, you know, and you're like, okay, you're the best. Stop. Mercy, mercy. Right? Yes, we're still alive. I remember in my Aunt Terry's old car, I don't even remember what kind of car it was, I just remember the inside. My Aunt Terry, uh, it was me and the twins. I have twin cousins, Daisy and Anna. We're the same age, but they're 3 weeks younger than me. So, I mean, same age, right? And the like seat belts in the car, they're old, right? And so I remember we were just sitting in them and just like jumping up and down. Uh, anyways, I don't know how to really explain it. The retractable part, just acting like some damn hoodlums. Let me say. Also, like adults were allowed to go off on kids. My neighbors would be hollering at all the kids on the block like a parent. Right? Yes. I mean, like, yeah. I mean, we'd go outside and play, and I mean, we didn't have street lights back then. Hell, we didn't even. I remember I was like 10 whenever our road got paved. And, I mean, I'd hear crash, ah! And I'd come running home all dirty and nasty, smell like a damn dog. I played hard. I was a tomboy. I liked to be outside, making mud pies, playing Red Rover, or we'd have a little team assembled, you know, from all the neighborhood kids, and we'd play baseball, softball. Hell, we played tackle football with the boys. I mean, it was, when it rained, y'all, I was in the ditch. I was straight in the ditches. That's where I was. You know, like making a raft or whatever, you know. Very, very inventive and imaginations were wild. I even had a clubhouse, but I had a nice one too. I mean, like it had windows that raised up, and down, and people would haul their. I remember this. Okay, I'm telling on myself a little bit, but whenever Christmas was over and people would put their trees to the road, I remember dragging one into my clubhouse and like decorating it. Weird. Or like during the holidays, like right now, Easter, Christmas, or when we'd have family come in and get together, and like all the adults, all my my parents and like cousins and uncles and aunts, everybody would come over and they would play Boo-Ray all damn night. So loud. Just coming back on. Is it over? And if so, how many selected today? Oh, I don't know. I don't keep up. I'm too busy running my trap. It's not over. They're just taking a little break. They said Pryor had to go hit the bottle. I'm joking. I didn't say that. Truda says back then about the only thing to worry about was razors and fruit. Oh yeah, that was handed out at Halloween, right? Or is that something our parents just told us so that they would eat our candy first? I'm just kidding. But no, that, and I remember they used to put it in like payphones and like Coke machines where your change would come out. I remember having to be careful or being told to be careful for that. I don't even remember when that was. When we had payphones, I know that much. Skipping rope, playing tag, dodgeball, riding my bike. Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Anna says 18. 18 and 7. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Anna. I remember Great Day Mom says, as a teen, we rode our horses to where the dirt bike kids would hang out. Yeah. We would hill climb, horse versus motorcycle. The horses always won. That's awesome. It reminds me of a time I was riding my cousins. I didn't have horses, but they did. And, we saddled them up and we were riding not too far from the house. And I had my little cousin Amanda on the back. And my horse just all of a sudden, he was acting weird and he started running. And I was like, oh my God. And she was little, my little cousin was. So I kind of grabbed her and because she was, I was looking after her basically. And so she was my responsibility. I was a kid, but I was a teenager, but she was, I was older. And so I wiggled it to where I could just kind of let her down off the horse. I had to kind of drop her into the grass as we were still running. And then I jumped off and I was like, the hell with that. We had to go round them up. That was nuts. It was scary. Lost Cookie Crush. I grew up in New Orleans. I'm 62 years old and our ditches would flood and so did the street. And about 30 of us would play in the dirty water. Right? Oh, that's good times, man. Look, y'all all have so many things y'all are sharing right here. I love it. Okay, Medea thinks, I remember pickup trucks and sleeping. Oh, yeah. In the back window of the car. Oh, my God. You know how there are always those kids that laid in the back window of their parents' car or whatever car. And they'd make faces. Or you pass by truckers and you would do the, honk your horn. Honk your horn. They'd honk and everybody flip out. We'd play I Spy, and with the license plates. I forget the game, but about the license plates. Lamisa says, "Oh, Krisha, I was like." I was like you when it rained, and I was literally in the pond collecting bugs, frogs, toads, and probably a lot of bacteria too. I was filthy by home time, yeah. And and my bonus son Silas does this, the little one. He's 8, and he does not like to go take a bath. And I'm like, dude, you can't be the smelly kid in class. You have to go take a bath. You play, you pay. You play, you pay. It's just part of the process. You got to get clean. But I told him, that there were times when I would just wash one arm because my mom would do a smell test. She'd be like, "Come here," and I'd be like, "Here, smell this arm," and she's like, "Let me smell the other one." She knew. Mohawk mom. I remember holiday gatherings, and we had one who would bring something that everyone would not touch. Oh my gosh. Oh, just happy someone knew what that was. Okay. My dad always checked the fruit, right? Oh, minus. Christian. Okay, I already read that one. My Bayou fan plate poker with matchsticks. We wrote bareback. To this day, I have great legs. You go, girl. Oh, so does my best friend too. And I'm just like, girl, she just has muscular, like, I don't know, legs. Good legs. So I grew up in the Pacific Northwest. We hunted Bigfoot. Well, that would be really fun to hear some stories. I bet you have some. Lost Cookie says, I also climbed a tree once and had change in my hand, not pockets. So I put it in my mouth and it lodged, and my parents took me to the ER. Cost them a whole lot of money. Wow. Wow. That's nuts. I remember, now this is my brother, he was little. He was like 5. And I mean, he was just a little all boy. He was outside. I remember him being in his diaper, dirt. I mean, everywhere. He just sat in it. And he had those Tonka trucks and, all those toys and everything in the front end. He'd say a Yoder. I need my front end Yoder. And I mean, he played his little heart out. And, but as he grew up, my dad took him hunting, fishing. And I mean, he would target practice, like a bow and arrow for deer season and stuff like that. But so I mean, my brother had BB guns, okay, and so he was like 5, I think, maybe. And so where we were at, there was a lot of aluminum. We were around a shop that was made out of aluminum. But anyways, we were all just, everybody was just outside and visiting with everybody. And then all of a sudden we hear ping, 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 ping. And we're like, what the hell? And I mean, I was a teenager. Todd was like, I had to have been 5 or 6, maybe 7. Straight up shot. What he did was it was a shotgun shell. And he had put it on the ground. And then he put his BB gun and he I guess shot the BB into the shotgun shell, and it, I guess, anyways, it made the shotgun shell explode. And so, yeah, adult supervision advised, right? My brother would get one of those Tonka trucks that were metal and put his knee in it and scoot along. I just pictured it too. That's funny. Oh my goodness. I'm serious. That's funny. And remember the Rolo racers? Or wait, I think that's what they were called. We'd go skating at Skate City. Lock-ins. All right. The good old days. Oh, Slug Bug. Red Barn. Good luck. Never heard of that. My renter trashed my house. Oh my God. Girl, get your blood pressure down. I know it is infuriating. My mom, Trahan, and Papa Trahan, they owned almost 100 rental properties. And that's, what I would do on and off all my life is just go and help tend. Sometimes I'd go fix stuff. I'd be like, Mama, I can fix that. I got that. That's no big deal. I can change the guts in a toilet. Yes. Don't hire a damn plumber. Anyways. Yeah, roller rinks. Yeah. BB guns and cap guns. Oh, yes. Many memories. Playland was out skating rink in Vegas. Wow. I love this. I love the reminiscing and just the nostalgia, right? Treva says, I was the first girl in my city to play on boys' little league baseball team. My dad was so proud of me. I grew up between two brothers, so I was a typical tomboy. Right? Wow, I love that. I love that. I mean, we did. We weren't bad kids though. We were good. We were really good kids, and I'm not 74. I was born in 78. If that's what you're asking, you treat your rental better than my slumlord, right? We do too. We do too. I mean, we rent this place. It it sucks when people go in and you have to remodel the whole damn thing when they leave. You know, you're just like, oh my god. Yeah, y'all should go have dinner or lunch or something. Y'all should, and then let us know. Send us pictures. I think that's so cool when we're able to meet, or when y'all are able to meet up. I think that's really cool. I grabbed a Janelle got some stories. I grabbed a big pin from my sister when I was little and ran with it, tripped over a shoe and slipped my nose open. Oh my god. I'm not laughing, I'm hurting. Holy crap, girl. I know that hurt. I know that hurt. Oh god. Yeah, I gotta move on. Whew. I'm just glad you're okay. Don't run with sharp things, right? Yes. Oh yeah. Great Dane Mom says, I'll bring Doug the Dane. He's a therapy dog. Now, Great Dane Mom had offered last year, and I mean, only because I really did not know what I was walking into as far as anything to expect up there. I didn't know how I'd feel. Everybody was a stranger to me, basically. But I did meet Hughes there. She was very kind, and she brought me to court. Um, I met, well, and I don't think I got to meet Great Dane Mom, but she had offered to like set up a somewhere where people from trial could go and sit with her dogs, and because they're therapy dogs, and just offer that support. And I thought that was such a good idea, and it was like so generous, and a very good idea. And I wish I would have had the wherewithal, just to even have seen that through, or kind of made that happen. I just was so out of water, totally out of water. um, yeah, I was born May 3rd, 1978. So I'm your little brother's age. Wow, my brother was born in 86, so he was like a whole decade almost later. Yeah. And then Mary, I met Detective's daughter, and I mean, I don't know. I ended up kind of staying more until Jason came to Boise to meet me. I just was so like out of water, just out of my element completely. And Detective's daughter opened her home up to me, and I mean, I really did it. I do appreciate her. She's cool people, man. You really do meet some cool people, but you never know, because there's a lot of people who have good intentions, and you don't know who they are because screen names. We don't know. We're strangers, but we're a community, and we see each other all the time, but
Thank you. Please be seated.
that's all right, boys. Let me sit down.
All right, at this time, we're going to take up additional individual board dire with jurors. We are back on the record on KCR 22-21-1623. My intention in order will be the front row farthest away to my left, and then the back row in that same order. So the first juror we'll have brought back will be juror number 1112. Is the state ready to proceed with board dire?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll instruct the bailiffs to please bring that juror in. Hi, welcome back. We're gonna do some individual board questioning with you at this time, juror number 1112. As we get started, the first issue I just wanted to raise was the timing of your appearance, I guess I'll say, and non-appearance. I think it was yesterday. And I did want to know if there was an explanation about how you missed the timing for the first time you were supposed to be here.
Just an embarrassing one. I just completely misunderstood the directions and I knew I had to check in and I had my phone and I was like, oh, just call in. And didn't recognize that it was just different instructions. And so once I found out that I had missed the correct way to log in and then I missed my number, I called and I apologized and just said, if there's still an opportunity, because I filled out the questionnaire, I kind of did all that prep. Is there still an opportunity I could show up for this? Since I already did that prep work. So just me not looking at the instructions fully. So.
Okay, well, and I appreciate the explanation.
Yeah.
And not trying to just put you on the spot on the issue, but we obviously will need to have a lot of instructions followed, timing to be here. And you think generally you're a dependable enough person that we could count on if in fact you were here determining this trial?
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the responses and the explanation on that. Moving on then, for the remaining issues here, the courts looked at the questionnaire in this case and did see that you've somewhat followed this case in terms of knowing about it, or maybe watched some media about it, you know, some details of it. And I would like to start there with questions of possible bias. On your questionnaire, you said you did have some kind of personal opinion or belief, and one of the ways you stated it was, well, a couple different ways. Circumstances seemed too obvious that he was involved, and it is obvious he was involved in some way. So, and again, your feelings on this, we want to know really accurately where you stand on that to see if you are or could be impartial in the case based on what you already know. So when you answer that way, do you have some presumption already in your mind potentially about him being guilty?
No.
Okay, and to explain, when you say involved in some way, what first of all, what do you believe he is involved with?
Just because of seeing what's on either the news or in any of the coverage. Obviously he was there on the video and he was with Lori Vallow. So just seeing that on the media, so I knew that they knew each other. I knew that they, I think, were married. I can't remember if they were officially married, but anyway, so I knew that they knew each other. So from all of the things that were shown on the media, just by knowing that they have a relationship, there's that circumstance that there may be some involvement with each other for sure. I don't know about the involvement in all of the different pieces of the case, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right, at this point, I want to have counsel inquire further on the issue of potential bias here. So we'll begin with the state and any questioning and then move on to the defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Juror 1112, and just again, there's no right or wrong answers. Just feel free to tell us the way you see things. Looking at your questionnaire, it looks like you've followed East Idaho News, the actual court summaries of Lori Vallow. Does that mean, did you look at some of her trial or listen to some of her trial?
The East Idaho News, my husband's from that area. And so that's probably what piqued our interest. And then somebody told us they're doing summaries of what's happening in the case. And so, yeah, we would occasionally look in that and just see what was going on because of the different ties to the area and things like that. We wanted to see what was going on. It's very covered.
Yeah, there was a lot of media.
Yes.
And so you've also seen the Dateline and the Netflix. So you understand that this defendant has an absolute right to a presumption of innocence.
Yes.
On the bottom of page 15 of your questionnaire, you say, and I think the judge might have already pointed this out, but circumstances and evidence the news showed seem to point a guilty picture, but I will look at the actual evidence. Is it possible that if you were to sit in judgment on this case as a juror, that you would have some of those things you've heard in the back of your mind?
I really don't think so. I'm not one that watches a whole bunch of news stories and things like that, but the one thing I have realized is the media says what they want to say. And by being part of this trial or any sort of a trial, there's so much more evidence I know than what they are going to say on the media. So to me, that's the way the media is across all things, politics, trials, whatever it may be that we're covering. They're going to show what they want to show, and you're only seeing this small viewpoint. So to me, it's easy because I already feel that way about what you see on either social media or even just in the news. So it's easy for me to really just look at, I know I'm going to see evidence in this trial that probably did not even make it into anything else. And so you have to take what's in front of you to really decide, because there should be a lot more than what I even think I've seen. So yeah, I think it's easy.
Should the state or the defendant be concerned at all that because of how much media you have seen, that maybe you're waiting for something to be shown that doesn't get shown, that maybe there's something in those media reports that you think is important and that doesn't end up in court?
No, because I would not say I followed it enough to know what even would be left out or what would be included. It was just definitely a high level, hey, what's happening with this, not knowing or remembering necessarily what all was shown in the media or in all of the different outlets. It was just definitely on a high level, hey, this is going on in our culture right now. So, so no, I wouldn't be looking for anything because I don't think I would have, nothing would have stuck in my mind.
Okay. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your answers. Your Honor, given just the nature of what was put in this questionnaire, and with all respect to Juror 1112, the state does have some concerns that just so much has been seen. And so we would move to have Juror 1112 excused for cause.
All right, response from the defense on the motion.
Well, Judge, I really appreciate Judge 112's sincerity. I really do. But my concern, Judge, is unfortunately you watch the Netflix thing. Then you watch the Dateline thing. Then East Idaho News. You watch the summaries. And I understand your explanation about that, but those questions kind of said, did you form an opinion? And you kind of said, well, it kind of points towards guilt. I'm a little concerned, Judge, that, you know, she's going to be able to look at this stuff, but in the back of her mind, she's going to say, well, you know, I saw that on Netflix and all of that. So I'm deeply concerned about that, but it's not to imply anything about you. I think I really appreciate your honesty. I really do. But thank you. And Judge, I'm just going to also move to us.
All right, I've considered the responses here too as it relates to bias and equally share the concerns raised by the defense and the state that there just might be too much already known information about this case, including facts, which could lead to some improper speculation. So again, this is nothing personal at all. We appreciate your candid responses in the questionnaire as well as before the court today. And with the sincere thanks to the court, I will grant a strike on Juror 1112 for perceived bias or actual bias, and we will allow you to be excused. So thank you for returning for further questioning. If you'd please drop off your questionnaire with the bailiff, then you may be excused for the day. We'll next speak to jurors 1623. Welcome back, juror 1623. We've got some further individual questioning for you at this time outside the presence of the other jurors. Beginning with questions about your knowledge of the case. You do indicate in your questionnaire you followed some of the case, you do know some of the details, so this would be the time for us to be able to fully discuss that, where other jurors wouldn't be hearing what you know. But we would like to delve into that. So I don't see anything in particular that I feel I need to voir dire on, but I will allow the state and the defense to ask some questions. One issue I just wanted to ask you about, I guess, in the questionnaire where you talked about what you've seen, you did say state versus Lori Vallow, news reports, and final verdict.
I did, yes, I did watch the final verdict when it was televised.
Okay, so that was televised and you observed that as it occurred?
Yes, it did.
Okay. All right. Did you watch any other parts of that
No, I did
case?
not. No,
A sentencing hearing?
just the one that was televised at the very end. When the full verdicts came down, that's the only time I didn't watch it any other time.
All right, thank you for the response there. If the state has any voir dire on this issue, you proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, I do have a couple of questions. On your questionnaire on page 18, you were asked, what have you heard or what do you know about Tamara, Daybell, Tylee Ryan, or JJ Bello? And you had responded, among other things, that what you hadn't understood was that the children's bodies were found on Mr. Daybell's property, and that Tamara Daybell's body had been exhumed. I just wanted to ask, those are substantial allegations the state is making in the case. Have you inferred anything from that information, anything at all about Mr. Daybell?
No, I have not.
So even though you've heard about those allegations, you think you can set aside
Absolutely.
racial offense?
Facts are facts. That be presented.
She just doesn't want us to talk over each other. So go ahead with your answer.
No, there's no decision of anything else. Facts are facts for me. And that's what I have to see in order to make a decision.
Okay. 1 second, ma'am. And then just in that same vein, on page 22, you noted that you believe that Mr. Daybell had claimed innocence in knowing where the children's bodies were, but then they were found on his property. So you made a point of noting that.
Right.
Is that
I'm talking about when they were there in Hawaii, and he said he didn't know where they were at, but then the news, everybody's saying that it was found on his property, and that I didn't learn anything else past that.
does that information cause you to infer anything about Mr. Daybell? Would you be more or less likely to believe him if he chose to testify?
No, I would not.
No, I don't have any more questions on this point.
All right, Mr. Pryor.
And ma'am, again, there's no wrong answer. And when you heard all of that about what happened in Hawaii, did you have an opinion that Mr. Daybell may be guilty?
I couldn't make an opinion. It's unfortunately, the news doesn't always share everything that they want you to, that you should know. So I can't make an opinion if I don't have all the information in front of me.
And then you watched Lori Vallow's being convicted.
Yes, I did.
Did you, at that point, you obviously had an opinion of Lori Vallow, right?
Opinion is not the right word. It's what came down to what the jury found for her statement or for her closing case. My opinions, everybody has an opinion, but I have to have a fact in front of me in order to make the decision or to the best of the ability to make my decision.
So even if you had an opinion about Mr. Daybell, what it sounds like to me is that you're going to be able to push that aside and still just evaluate the facts. Would that be fair?
Yes, can I add to that? My profession is human resources and safety. So I have to have the facts to make a decision. So I'm always investigating situations down to the final decision. So that's how I make my decisions.
So there was obviously some interest you piqued some interest in this matter. Now, would that be fair?
Yes.
And if I understand, you looked at the announcement of the plea on Lori Vallow. And again, what else did you look at? Remind me again.
It was when they were in Hawaii and they stated they didn't know where the children were.
And you saw that where?
It was on the news.
You don't know which news?
It was Channel 7 or Channel 2.
And you didn't read any newspaper articles?
No.
You didn't look anything on the internet?
No, I tried to be separated from it, just so that if there ever is a decision, I don't want to be tainted to make the right decision. Where I'm at right now in jury, you never know what's going to happen.
And this is what I'm struggling with, and I'm not questioning you or anything like that, but as someone who, has a thirst for wanting to know what the facts are and wanting to make the right decision. And then I hear, well, and as the human resources, I'm trying to discover what's really going on here. So in my mind, that would sort of prompt me to look into this a little bit, because if you were so interested in Lori Vallow and interested in Hawaii, I would think you would have pushed that a little further. And then on the other hand, you're saying, well, I'm not going to make a decision because it sounds like you kind of predicted that you thought you were going to be here today.
No, the media can never, unless you're here, the media is not going to give you all the information ever. So unless I watch the hearings to see all the information that's provided, I can see the news and it's still not the deciding factor.
And I appreciate your explanation. Nothing else, Judge.
All right, thank you. Juror 1623, let me just follow up a little bit on your knowledge of a conviction in Lori Vallow's case, which was previously tried. Where you have that information, do you believe that's going to cause you to draw some sort of inference of guilt to the defendant here in this case?
I do not.
All right, and do you believe you can set that aside and deliberate only on evidence that is provided in this case?
Yes, I can.
All right, and where the jurors are instructed not to communicate with each other about anything they know about the case or until deliberations or even going there, are you committed that you wouldn't be discussing that fact or information with any other jurors if you are on this case?
I am.
Okay. Then on that point, I think that will conclude questioning. There's been no motion for cause, and so the court also feels there's no reason for cause at this point. I don't think we had any indication of concerns as it relates to potential hardship. So I'm going to go on to another topic at this point, unless either side thinks they have any final board dire on the issue.
May I, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. And frankly, Your Honor, I don't know that I have more questions, but I think the state would take the position that, and we appreciate the candor and the honesty, that it would appear that there was some significant information that was obtained by this prospective juror on just tracking the case. That coupled with what she does know about Ms. Bell's conviction, that the state would just find it appropriate to strike her for cause at this point, based upon that information.
All right, what's the response on the motion for the defense?
Judge, I think she's being really sincere, and I really believe that. But my concern is that, again, just having the knowledge of the Lori Vallow case, I think that's what cuts it off for me, and I'm sorry about that. But I think the knowledge of the Lori Vallow verdict, that causes me just to hesitate a little bit. So I guess I would just move for cause, okay?
All right, and I'll indicate I am really wavering on this too. I do believe you as well, that you would be able to set that aside. It is, however, a pretty significant fact that if it were to come out, we don't know if that's going to come out during trial. It shouldn't, but it could. And then in the course of deliberations, there's a real concern that could persuade people against the right of the defendant to have a presumption of innocence. And so with that potential, I do think I'll permit the challenge for cause raised by the state, not objected to by the defense. So very much appreciate your time and your candor and coming back after filling out the questionnaire. Juror 1623 is excused for cause. And if you please drop your questionnaire with the bailiff on your way out. Thank you, ma'am. We'll next talk to 1624. If you're ready to answer this, counsel, I don't know that we had any specific hardship or bias concerns. They did mention something about some doctor and dentist appointments, but didn't say it'd be a hardship. Is that a topic you think we need to go into?
No, Judge, I'm going to move on from bias and hardship. I think she acknowledged that in her answer at the very top about the doctor's appointments. So I have nothing with bias and hardship to defer to the state.
Your Honor, on this juror 1624, I did have one concern with bias, but it sort of overlaps with the death penalty issue, which is just the comment that this juror wrote that under the death penalty section, that the accused gets time to prove innocence. That sounds a little bit like burden shifting to me. That was something I was going to question this juror on, but we could also do that during the death penalty portion as well, since the juror did make that statement in the death penalty portion of the questionnaire.
All right, thank you, Ms. Beatty. We'll go ahead and take that up. I'll just begin with the questions regarding the death penalty, and you can inquire on that response then. All right, welcome back to number 1624. We've got some additional questions for you outside of the presence of the other jurors. I believe you've been provided a copy of your questionnaire, and there's a specific section we'll be discussing within that, starting on page 12. And you could just refer to that. The section is attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through those questions and answering those last week?
Yes.
Okay, and to your recollection, are those answers you provided still accurate in the way you feel about the death penalty at this time?
Yes.
All right, I want to let you know and advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty in this case or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that and any penalty, you need to consider it as if it would be done and absolute and carried out in the case. So in thinking about it in those terms, in other words, not hypothetically, I'll just review with you a couple of your answers. You first were asked, do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said support. Is that the way you still feel?
Yes.
Okay. If you don't mind, if you turn to page 13. And on this page, you were given a series of 7 choices to read through and elect which one best or most accurately represents the way you feel. You circled C, and that says, I generally favor the death penalty, but I would base a decision to impose it on the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you generally feel about the death penalty?
Yes.
Okay. Given your personal views on the death penalty, do you believe that the death penalty should be considered or applied in every case where a murder has been committed?
Yes.
Okay. If the court were to instruct you in a case that it was not to be considered for some reason, or the state was not seeking it, would you follow the court's instructions?
Yes.
All right, so if it were not instructed to you, you don't believe then it should be applied in a case?
But if they're asking and the state laws allow it, then you know, then it's no question then.
Okay. So let me just ask you this. Is there anything about your belief on the death penalty that you think would either impair your ability or prevent you from being a juror and applying only the instructions the court gives you?
Okay.
And it may have been confusing the way I asked that.
Yes.
Let me re-ask it. Will you follow any instruction the court gives you in accordance with the law in this case, even if that includes the death penalty or to not consider the death penalty?
Yes.
All right, that will conclude my questioning of juror 1624. I'll allow the state if there's any for Dyer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. So in this case, during this trial, you will be instructed that the state has to meet its burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And unless and until we do that, Mr. Daybell is considered innocent until proven guilty. Is that an instruction that you can follow? And you consider him innocent with a clean slate going into this?
Yes.
So if you determine after following the court's instructions that Mr. Daybell is guilty, after hearing all of the evidence and deliberating, then you might be in a position to decide based on information presented to you and based on the judge's instructions, whether or not to impose the death penalty, which is a separate decision from whether or not he's guilty. Would you be able to follow the judge's instructions and fairly consider all of the evidence before deciding if you think that the death penalty is appropriate?
Yes.
So as you sit here today, have you made up your mind that the death penalty is appropriate, or are you willing to keep an open mind and follow the judge's instructions?
I would follow the judge's instructions. I've never broken the law.
On the bottom of the questionnaire, on the bottom of page 12 in your questionnaire, there was a question: do you feel the death penalty is used too often, too seldom, or don't know? And you wrote, it depends on the laws. What did you mean by that?
Well, every state, I've lived in several states, but every state is different.
Sure.
And
Is that because you would base your decision on what the law is and what the judge instructs you?
yeah,
Okay. I just have another question for you. When on the part of the questionnaire that asks, how do you feel about the death penalty? You wrote, accused gets time to prove innocence. Now, in this case, Mr. Daybell doesn't have to prove his innocence. The state has the burden of proof. And
oh, yeah, that's,
okay. So could you explain what you mean by that, or?
well, you know, they get so many appeals.
Oh, do you mean that the accused gets time to appeal? Is that what you meant by that question?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you understand that Mr. Daybell doesn't have a burden of proof in this case?
Right, Fifth
Okay.
Amendment.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this juror. Thank you.
All right, thank you. From the defense.
Hello, juror number 624, where I guess we visit again for a little bit, right?
Okay.
If I understand you correctly, you're in favor of the death penalty, right?
If that's what the state is calling for.
Okay, so if the state is calling, if the prosecutor is calling for the death penalty.
They make the state laws.
Oh, the state
There's
laws. Okay.
The state laws.
Okay, so if you're following the state law and it says, well, if you're convicted of murder and there is a conviction, you have two choices. You have the choice to impose life in prison, or you have the choice to impose the death penalty. Would you agree with that? If that's what the state law says?
I thought the jury doesn't do that.
Okay,
I
well,
thought the judge decided, you know, death penalty or life in prison.
but if the judge instructed you that you're to decide life imprisonment or the death penalty, and let's say the judge says it's up to you as the jurors, right? Are you following me?
Yeah.
Okay, and let's say the judge decides that you have to do that in Idaho. Your position is you favor the death penalty now, right?
That's
There's no wrong answer, ma'am. It's okay.
yeah.
Okay, so if you favor the death penalty, if someone's convicted of murder and you favor the death penalty, you start at the point that that person should get the death penalty unless somebody convinces you to impose a different sentence. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're gonna, if you know, whoever the defendant is gets convicted of murder, you're a person who strongly believes, and again, there's no wrong answer, that the death penalty is on the table and that person will get the death penalty unless I'm convinced of something different. Would That is a fair statement of where you are, right?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I have nothing else. I'm gonna move for cause, Judge.
All right, response from the state?
Your Honor, if I could just ask this juror a couple more questions.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, I know this process can be a little bit confusing, and maybe in my questioning, I should have made it clearer that the jurors are the ones who decide whether or not the death penalty is imposed. But in this case, should Mr. Daybell be found guilty, it will be up to the jurors to weigh whether or not the death penalty is appropriate. And you'll be instructed that that decision can only be made after considering all of the evidence. And you'll be instructed that you can't actually decide that in advance, but you'll have to consider the instructions from the court. Are you able to set aside any personal feelings or maybe leanings that you have and follow the court's instructions and enter into that discussion with an open mind?
Yes.
Okay. And on your questionnaire, and this may have already been asked, so if it was, please forgive me for asking you again, but I believe on your questionnaire, you indicated that you generally support the death penalty, but that you would be willing to base your decision whether to impose it on the law and instructions from the judge. Is that still correct as you sit here today?
Yes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your Honor, the state would object to striking this juror. I don't believe that cause has been shown. I think.
I'll allow one more line of voir dire on the issue before I make a determination, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you, Judge. So ma'am, when you say you favor the death penalty, that's your preference, correct?
Yes.
Your idea is that that's where you would go if someone's convicted of murder, you would say, listen, I'm in favor of the death penalty. But isn't it still your position that in order to avoid you imposing your favor, someone's gonna have to convince you to change your mind about that, right?
I lived in Florida when Ed Bundy was around.
Right. Okay. So your belief is that we oppose the death penalty unless you convince me otherwise. That be fair?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing else, Judge.
All right, so juror 1624, I guess to try to summarize your thoughts here, if the state is seeking the death penalty and there was a guilty verdict, would you automatically vote for that, or would you follow the court's instruction and consider all the facts as to whether or not it should apply?
The facts would weigh heavily.
All right, so to clarify then, you would be willing to follow any instruction the court gives you, even though you may favor that as a punishment, and you would follow the law and the instructions the court gives you?
Yes.
All right, the court's going to overrule the challenge as it relates to juror number 1624, and that will conclude the voir dire individually of the juror. So thank you for returning. We'll have you go back to the jury room for further instructions as we talk to the other jurors in this case. Let's next talk to juror 1640. All right, juror number 1640 is returning. We've got some individual questioning for you here. I know we already went through questions about hardship. I did want to note in your questionnaire, you talked about a family vacation planned and paid for May 8th to the 10th. Is that still on your plans, was the plan?
Tentatively, yes, the airlines can be rescheduled if needed.
Okay, so you are not requesting to be excused because that's something you couldn't move?
Correct.
Okay. Council, there was some expression of knowledge of the case in the questionnaire, so I'll commence with the board dire. We'll have the state begin on the issue of any possible bias and then that's on that.
Okay, thank you. So juror 1640, just again, remember there's no right or wrong answers. Just tell us what you think, how you feel. It looks like you did see some headlines from Idaho Statesman or social media.
Yeah.
What social media would you seen headlines on?
Probably Instagram would have been like the platform, and then the news outlet would have been NPR.
Okay. And would you say that you followed this case closely?
No.
Do you recall if you ever actually read any articles or just the headlines?
I have not read any articles.
Okay.
Just that.
And have you watched, do you know if you've seen, it looks like you knew something involving Hawaii. Do you know if you watched anything on TV regarding this case?
I have not watched anything on TV. It was probably just like in conversations with like family members who may have done stuff and we're just talking about things. But I myself have not watched anything.
Okay. Do you have your questionnaire with you?
I do.
On page 19, question 10E, says, would you be able to put out of your mind what you have read or heard about this case and render an impartial verdict based solely upon the evidence presented in this courtroom? And you marked no, but then you wrote, I have not read or listened closely to any reporting on this matter. You explain that?
Sure. I probably meant to say yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and just to be clear for the record, are you telling us today that you can absolutely commit to setting aside anything you have learned about this case and give this defendant the clean slate that he has a right to?
Yes, that is correct. I do not have any like preconceived notions of anything.
Okay. I have no further questions about bias, Your Honor.
No questions, Judge.
All right. There's another issue we'll discuss next with you then, juror 1640. In your questionnaire, there was a section beginning on page 12, and that was questioning you about your attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reviewing and answering that section of the questionnaire?
I do remember, yes.
Okay, in this case now, we're not dealing in a hypothetical situation, so it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. Remember, any penalty you're considering should be considered as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. So with that in mind, I'll note that you check both boxes. Do you support or oppose the death penalty? You said you support and oppose, and a note, I see both sides, but overall oppose. Is that still the way you feel about the issue today?
It is.
Okay, looking on page 13, you had another response when you were given 7 choices about what most accurately describes the way you feel about the death penalty. You chose D, which says, I'm generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel about it?
Yeah.
Okay. So as I understand it, then you do not have any opinion that it should automatically be considered in every case where a murder's been committed?
Yeah, that's probably right.
All right, and you are willing to, despite any personal views on the issue, follow any court's instructions, even if it involved you considering it despite your opposition?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, that wasn't a good question. I apologize. Let me ask you this. Do you think in any way your views may prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror here if you are given instructions about the death penalty?
No, I don't think that would impair my view. I think I'd be able to carry out a verdict, and my opposition maybe, or feelings of opposition would not be, would not stand in the way.
Okay, so back to your choice D then. You said you think you can put aside those feelings and impose it if that were called for by facts, law, and instructions? All right, thank you so much for your responses. I'll allow the state if there's any for dire for this juror on the issue.
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Juror 1640. On the bottom of page 12, you wrote, death penalty, in my opinion, should only be an option in extreme cases. Without getting into too much detail, what would be an extreme case?
Yeah, so something that was really horrific, and the facts were presented in a way that showed, like, in my opinion, that individual had done something like to the extreme.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's fair to say, I think based on what you, how you've answered your question, you don't like the idea of giving someone the death penalty, which is normal. I think a lot of people feel that way. And I don't want to retread what the judges said, but in this case, if there is a conviction, you will get a set of instructions that you have to follow to determine if the law and facts call for the death penalty. And so even though, and we're not asking you what you're going to do, because we don't know, but will you commit to following those instructions and the law?
Yes.
I have no further question, Your Honor.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you, juror number 1640. That concludes your individual or dire. I'll have you return with the bailiff for further instructions to wait while we talk to the remaining jurors.
Thank you.
We'll next talk to juror number 1761. All right, welcome back, Juror 1761. We're going to have some individual questions for you, and here outside the presence of the other jurors, encourage you to let us know everything you can about the questions given to determine whether or not you're able to serve. A couple of things raised in your questionnaire I'll begin with, is you did have a couple of concerns about both potential childcare and also a long-term training you're involved in. Do you want to, I guess, discuss whether or not either of those would be significantly impacted and distracting to you if you were required to serve for the long term of this trial?
The training can likely, I can get into another cohort of the training. I have to drop out of this one, and it would be about a year before I could get back in it, but it won't substantially impact my employment.
Okay, so stopping there, if that did happen and you were required to serve, do you think you feel some sort of anger or resentment that you got stuck in jury service, got behind on that, and maybe have that impact your ability to see things impartially?
I don't think it would impact my impartiality or attention.
All right, thank you. Any other concern you may have as it relates to any hardship you may suffer?
If we were to be sequestered, I would, so I have my kids 85% of the time. So I would have to coordinate with their father. I have absolutely no idea what his travel schedule looks like. He travels occasionally.
Okay, and without making any promises, it's hard to predict how long that would be if there were sequestration. That it could be a week, it could be more than a week. I don't know that it would be 2 weeks, but again, you can't hold me to that because it could turn out to be much longer. If that did take place, do you think that would create a real distraction for you worrying about what was going on with the care of the kids?
As long as they have an adult to supervise them, they are old enough they can manage.
Okay, well, I very much appreciate your responses there. There was some other minimal knowledge of the case. I'll let the council go into that if you wish. So I'll let the state commence with any individual board hire, including topics of hardship or bias.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, just to follow up on that a bit. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I heard what your last answer was to the court, but do you have another adult to be with your children if there's a prolonged sequestration, your husband's or your ex is out of town?
My dad is usually the backup plan. He is traveling for a couple of weeks in May. My ex has a significant other who arguably could watch them. I have friends. So, I mean, there are people who would watch the children if I were to not be available to watch the children.
So it sounds like that in this regard, you're not concerned about being in service in the jury.
No, I think they would be.
Excuse me. And I guess, you know, when we began this process this afternoon, the judge had asked a question if anything had changed on the questionnaires you completed, and that we have these hardships and you hadn't mentioned them. Is there a reason why you didn't bring that up, or you just didn't feel like it was an issue, or what was your reason for not bringing it up?
Because I had checked, like, if I were to need to day to day, they're fine. They're old enough. You know, they can get themselves to school and home from school and all of those things. My oldest is 18, so arguably he is of legal age. There are people who could, it would be challenging, but it's the same thing if I go away for a weekend. It's challenging to make sure the kids are covered. So it's nothing I haven't managed before.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, did you want me to go into bias questions at this time as well?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So ma'am, I just have a couple of other questions. I noticed in your application, you are a PhD psychologist, is that correct?
Yes.
Can I ask what field of psychology do you typically work in?
I'm a clinical psychologist.
Okay, so you do evaluations and IQ assessments and those types of things, is that fair? Okay. So my question is, with that background, if you were chosen to be a juror and you, let's say you heard from experts or mental health folks and you disagreed with them from your observation of the evidence and information, do you think that would likely impact your ability to be impartial and render a verdict?
I mean, the field is relatively subjective as much as we want to say that it's not. So the fun thing about the field is that you have very different perspectives on the same information. So I've learned to not trust my own opinion necessarily in the face of other people who have touched the data, who've done the things they've done.
And then maybe with the opposite situation, maybe if it's a situation where you listen to these weeks and weeks of evidence and information, and then you don't hear anything from anybody about any witnesses or parties' mental health, but you think that there should have been something or could have been a problem, would that cause you any concern?
No. No.
In your work as a clinician, as a clinical psychologist, have you ever been involved in the criminal justice system in terms of assessing competency or things like that, criminal competency?
Not criminal competency, no.
But well, in any way, the criminal justice system, have you been? Certainly, sorry. Have you done any professional work as a PhD in any part of the criminal justice system?
I have testified in the past as a witness in the capacity of my work.
As an expert?
Yes.
In a criminal case?
It was not, how would you define parental termination, parental rights termination?
So would that have been in a custody capacity as a parenting type of an issue?
It was a situation in which the state was trying to determine if children would stay in foster care or if their rights would, or if they go back to the parents.
Just one more over there, please. No, at this point, I don't have any other questions on this topic.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? All right, so the next issue we're gonna take up, juror 1761, is in regards to questions you previously answered relating to your attitudes regarding the death penalty. That was starting on page 12 of your questionnaire. Do you recall going through those questions last week and answering?
Yes, yes, I do.
And I'll advise you that in this case, it may be necessary for you to make that determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And remember, when you're considering that, you need to consider it as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case, if that's what you determine. So as you're thinking through that, I'd just like to review a couple of your answers with you, and then I'll let counsel ask you as well if they wish. You had a couple of choices when it was, do you support or oppose the death penalty? And you checked the box saying you oppose it. Is that generally the way you feel about it?
I am not a big fan. So yes, I would say that kind of at a base level, I oppose it. I also recognize that it's legal, so.
Okay. Going to the choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you feel, and understanding these are not your words, they're words of the questionnaire, but you selected a box or a choice D, and that reads, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Is that still the way you feel as you sit here today?
Yes.
All right, so although you may have some opposition to it, is there anything about your views that you think would prevent or substantially impair your ability to serve as a juror and follow the court's instructions, even if that included that you must consider the death penalty if that were provided in an instruction?
I don't think there's anything that would impede my ability to take the instructions.
Very well. Thanks for your responses. That concludes my voir dire on the subject. Does the state have any voir dire?
Yes, Your Honor. So, ma'am, again, now considering your status as a licensed psychologist when thinking about the death penalty, and I don't pretend to know the answer to this question, is there any possibility or likelihood that a decision to impose a death penalty would have any ethical implications for your licensure with a psychologist? Is there anything out there like that that you might later discover be an issue?
Not for the APA ethics code or the FOC rules.
So as you sit there, you don't feel like there would be any inhibition at all in that regard?
Not
Do you feel like there'd be any inhibition in any regard?
I don't think so.
When you said that you recognize that the death penalty is legal, but you're not a big fan, can you just be a little bit more specific about that position?
Sure. Morally, I think that there are some issues with the death penalty in general, but I also don't get to make that decision. So if I was in a position where I'm sitting in a case and that is part of what I'm being asked to evaluate, if that's part of the penalty, that's part of the penalty.
And so with respect again to determining either guilt or punishment with Mr. Daybell, and if you were to receive an instruction from the court at some point in the trial that mental illness is not a defense, you might know, but you were to perceive that Mr. Daybell did have some likely mental impairment, would that impact your decision then to either find guilt or to be disinclined to impose the death penalty?
I don't think that, again, trying to follow instructions, right? That if that is not a defense, I wouldn't hold that into account.
So you're assuring us, the court today, that even though you have these moral reservations about the death penalty and these potential biases for your professional status, that you would set all that aside and that you would listen to the instructions given by the court, consider the facts, and then apply the law. And even if that's completely against your own moral base of taking someone's life. So I'll ask this, as you look at the defendant today sitting here, if you were put in that position, if there is a finding of guilt, and you're sitting in a jury room, considering the evidence and deciding whether or not the death penalty should be imposed, and you're morally opposed to it, you could render a decision to take Mr. Daybell's life.
Yes, if that's what we've been instructed to do, then there's evidence and yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nora, I don't have any more questions.
No questions.
All right, that'll conclude the individual voir dire then for this juror. Thank you again for coming back, and we'll have you return with further instructions waiting from the marshal for our remaining jurors. Okay, our next juror will be 250. All right, welcome back, juror 250. If you'll give me just a moment, I was briefly reviewing the questionnaire. You may have already mentioned this. If you did, well, you did hold your card up that you had some knowledge of the case, and also you did have some concern in your questionnaire about amount of work PTO, but I think you clarified that and have more information. Could you just reiterate that, please?
Sure. Do you want to start on the information that?
Yeah, in terms of your PTO.
Oh, that, so I thought, well, I do have 3 weeks of PTO, but it's irrelevant because my organization will cover the entire jury, or sorry, I don't know how.
The time of service?
Yes.
Okay, I don't think there's any issue then. Otherwise, you related as to hardship requiring additional board hire at this point. There was an indication though when you raised your card that you know something about the case, so I'll just allow the state to make any inquiry as to whether or not there's bias, and then we'll allow the defense after that. So any questions from the state?
Actually, Your Honor, I did have one question regarding some health concerns that this potential juror referenced about not hearing or seeing things or hearing things at certain frequencies. Is that something we could chat about? Or would you rather talk about that privately?
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, sir. So some of the evidence that's going to be admitted in this case will be audio or video. Do you anticipate that that would be a problem for you?
No.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Well, as long as I can play or maybe turn the volume up, thanks, but I'm sure it'd be fine.
And I think we can make those arrangements to turn the volume up.
Okay, we do have ways to make accommodations. If that's an issue, I mean, it should be similar to how we're doing today in terms of volume, what you'd be listening to. But we can certainly make accommodations if needed to for vision or hearing. So you can continue, Ms. Beatty.
Thank you, Your Honor. In your questionnaire, you talked about a class that you took. Is that something you're comfortable talking about? Okay, a psych class?
Yeah.
Okay, can you talk a little bit about that situation?
The first one or?
The first one, I think that's the one that kind of. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Can you talk a little bit about the first class?
Yeah, so going to CW, it just is like needing core classes to go along with, you know, your actual course. Like psych was one of them that I did. And every time I went in there, he seemed to know everything about everyone. He seemed really pompous. He would talk about how humans are so easy to predict. And it didn't sit well with me with his view on everything. It got to the point where I pay attention to a lot. So I knew that he drank like a 12-ounce sugar-free Red Bull, and it was always hidden behind his podium. And so when he made a comment like that, I said that, hey, you have a sugar-free 12-ounce Red Bull behind you. And so, but I wound up failing that one because every time, at the end of the week, I think it was, you had to go on your online Blackboard and he would want you to tell him different ways about how God doesn't exist. I didn't think it was appropriate for the course, so I opted out of it and I wound up failing.
Okay. So you felt like you were put in a position, or did you, I should say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but did you feel like you were put in a position where you had to compromise your morals?
I'm not going to compromise my morals, but
Did you feel like he put you in that position?
like if I wanted to pass the class and needed to, yeah, that's how I felt.
Sure. Okay, understandable. So this is a very different situation that you're in here, but you are going to be given some jury instructions. And those jury instructions will basically lay out the elements and the weight that you're to give to the evidence. They'll lay out the fact that Mr. Daybell is presumed innocent until the state proves that he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And then if you find, well, I guess I won't get into that at this point, the death penalty part, I think the court will address that. But is that some, are you comfortable with following those instructions?
I'm absolutely comfortable with that, and I do believe in, like I said, until proven guilty. So I'm completely behind it. I can separate.
Of course. And if there was some aspect of the law or one of the offenses that just didn't sit well with you and you really disagreed with it, would you feel that, would you find him not guilty on principle, or would you find him guilty on principle?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Sorry, I did a terrible job asking that question, actually. So if you either felt strongly that Mr. Daybell was guilty or shouldn't be guilty or should be guilty, but that didn't really comport with the instructions, would you disregard those instructions?
First off, I wouldn't disregard any instruction, but can you define feel that? Is it like
Sure. Yes. So if you felt in your gut that the law should be different, like you looked at the instructions and you understood what the evidence was, but you felt, I don't like the way this law is written. I think that it should require that the state prove more, or I don't think that the state should have to prove that much. Or, I don't feel like the state met its burden of proof here, but I also really just feel like he's guilty. So even though the law doesn't really allow that, I'm going to convict him or alternatively acquit him based on my own beliefs rather than the evidence.
No, I would follow the instructions of the law.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry to intrude into those questions, but I really appreciate your honesty. Thank you. I have no additional questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Pryor for the defense.
Just one area that piques my interest. And do you have a copy of your questionnaire, sir?
Yes.
Would you go to the top of page 10? And I'm looking at number 11. It says, do you have any opinions about law enforcement officers that might affect your impartiality or ability to evaluate the testimony of an officer? And you marked yes. Do you see that?
I do.
Can you talk to me a little bit about why you marked yes?
Well, I'd have to structure my thought on this. Give me a second.
Okay.
I don't know that this applies to Idaho officers, as I stated in the beginning of my response there. But I have seen other states online where police officers will lie to protect their own, or turn off their body cams to go through with them. So it's kind of a middle ground. I'm not sure how to answer that. That's why I said yes, because there is a little bit of bias on other videos that I've seen that would be in the back of my head. But I have had so many interactions with police officers in this state, and every one of them has been positive. Right. So I don't feel that way here.
Not here.
Yes.
But if you hear testimony about videos being turned off and no recordings, is that going to pique a concern for you?
I mean, I don't think that they should ever turn off their body cam while they're in the middle of something, so that it would pique some sort of a concern.
Okay. But you don't think that unless you see that sort of situation, that you have a negative opinion of police officers?
On the whole, I don't have a negative opinion.
Okay, that's all I was thinking, is that we're not gonna prejudge a police officer just because he's a police officer. Okay, Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thanks for the responses on those sections. The next issue I want to discuss then, Juror 250, relates to your questionnaire and the section you filled out called attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you remember reading through those questions and answering those questions?
Yes.
And having now thought about it for a few days since you filled the questionnaire out, are the answers you made in the questionnaire still the way you feel today?
What page was that on?
It starts on page 12 and goes 12 and 13.
I'd like to confirm. Number 5 on page 13.
Yes.
Well, I didn't quite understand what would bring a death penalty to someone. So that one, being that everyone can change. If somebody was found to have murdered someone, obviously there's law that needs to be followed. So there should be consequences for it. So that's my only alteration. Everything else is accurate.
Okay, and thank you for taking the time to review it. I'll have some more questions about it. Let me preface that and let you know that it may be necessary for you in this case to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And as you're thinking about that and considering it, you have to consider it as if it would be done and absolute and carried out in the case. So if that's where you are approaching the way you think about it, the first question that I'll just ask you about in your questionnaire was whether or not you support or oppose the death penalty, and you check the box saying you support it. So is that still the way you feel?
Yes.
Okay. Another answer you provided was part D on page 13, question 6. You had 7 choices there about what best represents how you feel. And about the death penalty, you said, I'm generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, laws, and instructions in the case. Does that still accurately represent your thoughts on the issue?
Well, I suppose in a way, but it would contradict my change to 5. The death penalty would be justified.
All right, and so I can tell you have thought about it. You selected an instruction saying you would follow the facts, the law, and the instructions the court provided. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, so is there anything about your view on the death penalty that you think would prevent or substantially impair you from serving as a juror in this case if I were to give you instructions about the death penalty here?
I have no objection to it. I had never had a thought in my life about it, honestly. I just know that bad people would have penalties.
All right, and what I'll finally ask you then is, would you be of the opinion that it's going to be appropriate in every case where there's been a murder, or should automatically be considered if there's been a murder committed?
Can you ask that again, please?
Would you be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
It's hard for me to answer that because by who? I mean, that's really hard. You have to look at the evidence.
All right, so going back to your previous response, then you are indicating you will follow the law, facts, and instructions in this case if you are provided those.
Yes.
All right, that concludes the court's voir dire for this juror. Does the state have any voir dire?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
No questions, Judge. Thanks.
Okay, juror number 250, that concludes our individual voir dire. You can return please with the jurors and then give you further instructions. Next up will be juror 438. All right, juror number 438 has returned. There's a couple of issues in the questionnaire we just want to address with you individually, both relating to prior case knowledge as well as I know you talked about or requested a hardship for some travel plans you had, but also expressed a desire to perform your civic duty, which we appreciate. I think where I'd like to begin then with this particular juror is just some questions about your prior knowledge of this case or any related case. You did, in your questionnaire, have a response about someone being tried and convicted and being tried, I believe, in Arizona. And here without other jurors present, if you could just explain in some detail what you know about that and what information you have.
It's just what I've heard on the local news as of late, that Lori was going to Arizona for a second set of trial. I don't know all the details of it, but that's all I really heard.
Okay, and I noted, because the response was in a question talking about some other individuals, but when you say Lori, who are you referring to?
Lori Daybell.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that point, and I'll have the attorneys at this point do their voir dire beginning with the state. Who will be doing that?
I will, Your Honor.
Mr. Wood, if you'd like to inquire as to any potential bias, and you can go into hardship as well.
Okay. Just going off what the judge just spoke with you about, it sounds like you're aware that Lori Daybell was convicted in Idaho. Did you follow the case or closely? Do you know any of the details of what she was convicted for?
No, I do not.
So your knowledge is just limited to the fact that she was convicted of something.
Correct.
And you understand, you understand that this defendant has an absolute right to a presumption of innocence. And would you in any way hold the fact that she was convicted of something against him?
No.
So even knowing that, you can set that aside and give him an absolutely clean slate to begin with.
Yes, I can.
You did mention the hardship.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us about that.
I wanted incentive at work. I'm a diehard Detroit Lions fan. Born and raised in Michigan. The draft is only going to be in Detroit one time for the rest of my life. So I put it on there since coming to grips with everything, I somewhat have come to peace that I may not be able to go. That this would be a priority over that.
Okay.
My brother's going to make out really well.
I was just gonna ask, you have someone you can give that to and feel good about that, or at least okay about it?
He feels good.
And I don't want to make light of the situation at all. Do you think will that in any way affect your ability to give both sides of this trial a fair trial?
No, because the first and the second are all prime time. So I would like to think I'm gonna be higher.
Okay. I'd like to speak with you for just a moment about some things you put on your questionnaire on page 9. And if you can turn to that, and then if you can just look at that and let us know if that's something you sort of talk about in private.
Yes, we'll talk about that. Right.
Your Honor, I wonder if we can speak about these issues in camera or have the public
Excuse for that portion.
excuse for this portion.
Let me just briefly sidebar with council and see.
Yeah. Mhm. I don't even know. I'm glad I calmed down. Thank y'all for helping and sharing. I still don't even know what to think. So I guess the whole time Donna was, away, I was away too, and I didn't even know I was going to be away. So, oh my goodness, what a nutty time. Crazy. But Huggy Bear, the way you explained it, I mean, it reminds me of how Jason kind of was out of it. Like, it's like whenever, but I mean, it could be the allotted too, So I was really confused because, I mean, just for my mom to show up at my door and she's like, the cops, they were going to call the cops. I was like, what? And I mean, I fell to my knees, like having to kind of, I don't do well with the surprises, especially that was alarming. And, all right, let me shut up. Game on.
All right, council, with this particular juror, we've got one other juror also that have some more personal matters we want to discuss outside the presence of the public. So we are going to suspend for that time frame the broadcasting of the proceedings, as well as clear the courtroom of everyone except required and necessary personnel to remain on the record and discuss matters that to which these jurors are entitled to their privacy. So I'm going to request that our marshals do clear the courtroom. If the clerk sees the broadcast at this point, and we will come back on the record with additional voir dire publicly once we've concluded that with these two jurors. So marshals, if you please take care of that now.
Well, damn. Okay. All right. Well, so according to Fun to Ski, thank God, the Fun to Ski had shared that, 17 more needed and 4 have gone back to the jury room. So that's where we stand with that. She left alone in filled containers of her cream and sugar. Cook for her grocery shop. Oh, I know. I used to take care of my mom too. I mean, it's all about keeping dignity, right? I mean, that's very important. That just scared the shit out of me, though. And now I'm gonna have to drive up there and go check on him and see. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, look, I'm not like, Jason was wrong. I'll be the first one right there on his ass to oh, am I talking? I mean, am I muted? No. My thingy's moving. See it? Are you muted, Heidi?
I can hear you.
Okay. I thought so. I can see my little icon moving. Okay. But yeah, so, I was right here with you guys, and then I saw a white vehicle in the security camera, and I was like, who is that? Can't see it very clear. It's about like this courtroom camera. It's not very clear. But I don't like people just showing up. So I'm like, what the hell is that? Well, anyway, so then mom called at the same time. I was like, oh, that's mom. It has to be mom, So I went and opened the door. I mean, I didn't expect her to, she was just standing there, and she was like, she said something about Jason, the police and Jason. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she said that she got a call from the hospital where Jason was, where I dropped him off this morning, because he had vomited blood this morning. Okay, so I know that's really gross, but that's what happened. And so when I brought him this morning around 9, anyways, so they obviously called her. They didn't call me, even though I'm on. I mean, I'm listed. They call me for all the other things, to set up home health care and stuff like that. Whenever he had a stroke, they called me the last time he was there, just to, how the little staff calls you. And anyways, so it's not like they didn't have my number on file. They never called. And so they called mom, because they said that Jason had punched one of the staff nurses, or I guess staff nurses, I don't know. And I was like, what are you talking about? It just didn't sound right. Mute? Oh, okay. I see it. It just didn't sound, that's not Jason. Jason does not get violent. He has never scared me. He has never, I've never, even for a split second, seen that in him. Or, he's just not a violent person. You don't have a record like that, that's not him. So, whenever I called an ambulance because, well, I'm skipping around. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm still like, I don't do well with the emergency stuff. So mom was saying, I didn't see Jason, so it's just her telling me something about the cops and the hospital. And so the hospital called her to come get him, because if they couldn't get anybody to come get him, they were going to have him arrested. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, it was just so bizarre. And so anyways, I was like, okay, and I was just trying to take it all in, and I was like, well, where's Jason? And she was like, he's in my back seat. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, I was so confused. And so I went and put my shoes on and ran outside, and then we both helped him out. He was passed out in the back seat, right? And then so me and mom, we each got on one side of him, each side of him, I'm sorry, and we were helping him in. He was real weak and just out of it, just discombobulated. And so we make it to kind of have like a walkway. I guess it's concrete. But anyway, so, we're getting close to the house, but there's rocks, also on the side of the walkway, each side. And Jason was like, I can't. And then he started his knees buckled. And so me and mom both went really slow. We went down to the ground. Like, we were laying on the ground too. And I was like, oh no. And Jason called mom. He usually calls her mom. And she said something, and he goes, oh, yeah, okay, ma'am. It's like he was just really out of it. It kind of reminds me of how when my stepdad, the one that died, he would have seizures. And so whenever a person has a seizure, when they come to, they're really, really like just out of it. So it kind of reminded me of that. Like the lights are on, but nobody's home type of thing. And so I was like, oh no. I was like, oh, let me go get my phone. I'm calling 911. And so we tried picking him up again, and we both went down again. And I was like, nope, nope, nope. And he just laid on the concrete, and Mom went and got a pillow and put under his head. And like I was like, what's my name? What day is it? I don't even know what day it is. And he's like, Wednesday. He was saying things perfect. Recall, he's really good at that. And then the ambulance, the EMT showed up, and they checked his blood pressure, and his blood pressure was really, first they thought it was high because of the way that the cuff was, airing up. So they repositioned it, and they did it again, and it was super, super low. And so they were like, well, that'll do it, And so I was like, well, I was kind of just trying to make the decisions whether, if it's just from the Dilaudid, this is a powerful painkiller. He might just need to sleep it off, but then they never did treat him. I'm answering that question. They never did treat him according to the paperwork at the hospital that I dropped him off at. So what was the point? Why give him some freaking painkillers? And then I feel like this is what happened. I don't know because I wasn't there, but I feel like they gave him painkillers and then just were trying to like kind of get him out of there. And so I'm just saying, it's kind of like, if you're out and you're doing drugs and you're drinking alcohol and you're doing it because it's, because you're just being reckless, that's one thing. But you're there and you're seeking help because there's medical issues, there's medical history, you've been there so many times. I don't understand that part of not treating him and trying to send him on his way. Like, I feel like they provoked him in a way, because that's not Jason. That's out of character for him. Doesn't make sense. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying that at all, because nobody deserves to be on the receiving end of that either, but it just doesn't sound right to me. So they didn't treat him. Mom picked him up. Mom brought him here. We went down twice. And then the EMT, the ambulance came. Says blood pressure was so low, very low. And then they're bringing him to another hospital. Kicked him loose. Yeah, that's how I feel too, Sue Ellen. And it's just weird. I don't know if it's just the particular people working today, because usually he gets really good treatment there, or we wouldn't go there, oh wow, TC. It just, I don't know. It just sounds really, and then what are you going to do? Lock him up? Like, what if, because they didn't call me. They did not call me. They didn't call me. And so what if Mom and them would have been in Boise? And
girl, that is something else that happened to you. And fast, because I haven't been gone that long for all that to happen.
I know, it was crazy.
So scary.
I make sense of it still. I was typing in the chat when I came back in because, that's kind of how I'm processing it. When I say it or type it or whatever, I'm processing it.
Yeah.
And I'm just, anyway.
And Kay too. She's like, what a day.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh my God, I was telling Mom, it's just so, like, I can never just feel secure. It's been like that since his strokes for sure. And so, it's not his fault, but it's like, they changed his personality has changed, and it's become very, I don't even know how to describe it, because it's such a change, but it wasn't like quick, it was just like, I know he had the stroke. I know that affects, his brain, it's your brain damage and everything. And it's a brain injury. And so,
accepting all that, accepting all that about what with yourself, and that's what a bummer.
Yeah. It doesn't, it just doesn't, it just seems really insensitive and kind of neglectful, you know, like that doesn't, I don't know. I'm still trying to process it. I'm like, why the hell would they not treat him?
Yeah, because he would have died, possibly died. If if they
I
took
mean,
him to jail and not even called you or Kay or anybody because
I
nobody
mean,
picked him up, quote, quote.
even, yeah, even just sending him home like that, um, I don't know. It bothers me a great deal. And I don't know. I still got some processing to do, obviously, but it just,
What happened to do no harm?
I don't know.
You know.
Just it pisses me off because it's like I don't like anybody to mess with anybody I love. Only I can do it, you know. Like
Exactly.
only I can terrorize my mom, and only I can terrorize my fiance. You know, like let me be.
Yes.
I'm just
Meet my
kidding.
brothers.
Yeah, like damn it. Don't screw with mine, right?
Right.
Just protect it.
Like Moonlight View says, if you need to go be wherever Jason is,
That's where I'm going.
we will
On the
handle
memorial.
this and
Yeah, well,
close it out. And
yeah, it's over, right? Yeah, right.
I don't know if it is or not. I thought he said they were coming back, but it couldn't be for very much.
I thought he said, hold on, let me see. I'm gonna pull it up on the TV and just watch the very tail end of it. Oh wait, no, that's live. No, back out. That was not a good idea. Oh my god, I'm not thinking. All right, let's go. Let me just pull it up on here.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what Nate says. Wood has a few questions for the jurors. He noted his questionnaire that he had a diehard football fan and he has tickets, blah, blah, blah. We already know that. Some issues with a man that they want to talk private about. Voice calls for a sidebar with the attorneys. The live broadcast will be halted and those in the courtroom will have to leave. Be back on with proceedings when they resume. So I guess they
I
are
was about
coming back, but
okay. Okay, well, see, I thought they were done.
But if you want to go on, I mean, we can. It couldn't be very much longer, and we'll just do it for to document, and you go on and take care if you need to. I know you gotta. There's a certain amount of
I'm not.
time that it takes to
I'm
get your
not
brain ready to do anything.
leave. I'm gonna wait a little bit.
I hear you. I would too, because it would
No,
take me a few minutes to
I'll still be here.
get myself.
You there?
I'm here.
Are you there?
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
They have 3 more to go. They went closed number 438. So they're going to talk privately with the potential juror. It's a privacy
Well,
issue.
some people have stuff that, some people have to go to the food pantry and stuff like that they just don't feel like telling everybody about. I don't know what he's doing, but
Yeah. I get it.
I don't know really what they're doing, but I guess.
Yeah. Huh. I'm trying to catch up on the chat. Okay. I'm seeing what Heidi says. Yeah. I will. I don't do good with hospitals too, so I'm trying to get my mind around that too. I will. I'm going to go, but it's like kind of being my own little time. I mean, it's just, I don't know. At least it's a different, it's like, I don't know. I just said, I'm okay. I remember whenever he had his thoracotomy, I was outside in the SUV the whole damn time. His surgeon called. I was right there at the hospital, but just right outside. It's kind of like the courthouse. It's so heavy and just so, I don't know. And I don't have any, I don't have my anxiety medicine. So I got to kind of think about that too. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Thank you. Let me say. I'm not afraid of doctors. It's just, I don't like the hospital. heavy. Like the further I go in, and especially you got to go up elevators, and this one's even bigger. So I'm just like, oh shit. I don't know. Whatever.
And
Whatever.
it seems like the sicker you are, the harder the place is to get to in the hospital. You
You
know what I'm
know,
saying? But I don't know whether it's, and I think sometimes do that way so that people like have to decompress on the way from the car to wherever they're the waiting room where they're going, you know?
yeah.
Because
I mean, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. It's I keep talking over you.
I'm not saying nothing. Well,
Well, I think maybe I just remembered like this just now. Whenever, yeah, just thinking about everything and how I went one time by ambulance to St. Pat's and I had the worst panic attack in my life. Like it was so bad that I called the ambulance. That's how bad it was. And so that's severe, okay? And I mean, I was diagnosed with severe anxiety disorder when I was 15 years old. So I've had one so bad where I passed out. I mean, they're pretty bad. They're freaky. It's like you're dying. And so, it's like if you don't take that one seriously, how do you know you're not dying? It's weird. Anyways, and
yeah.
so, I do my best. I really do a great job at talking myself off the ledge, so to speak. Whenever I feel one coming on, I try to just ground myself or, I try to walk it out. But this particular day, they brought me in the ambulance and then I'm on the gurney or whatever, and they put me outside in the hall and I was alone and like nobody, like I remember, I don't want to make this sound so insensitive though, but it is what it is. So yeah, I remember, oh God, I don't know how to do this. I talked to my mom and she was like, okay, well, let me know if it's an emergency or, like that. And I was just like, what? But so I was there, by myself and they didn't come and like, give me medicine or anything to calm me down. And, and so I was really freaked out. That might have traumatized me, maybe, actually, now that I think about
Yeah.
it. Yeah, it is really scary like that. A panic attack really can mimic a heart attack or a stroke. They're really scary, and people who have never had them might sympathize, but they can never understand. Amen. Amen. I remember after that, my mom told me, and that's how I know that she might have experienced panic attacks before, but I don't think we're on the same scale, And so, because yeah, after that, I remember her saying, she tries to give me helpful suggestions. Like she told me this one time after that, she was like, "Hey, just do some jumping jacks," and I was like, "Well, why the hell haven't I thought of that, there, Brainiac?" Everything, Ethel. I did it all. And I was just like, "Yeah, why didn't I? Yeah, Mom, thanks." Anyway, so I mean, yeah, it's a very scary thing, and it's a very real thing though for those of us who do experience them, and so I mean, a lot of people do minimize our actual, and it's our mental health. And I mean, do you know what it's like to be like dismissed when it's very real in your life, in your own your real life, and I don't know.
And
It's kind
I saw this thing the other day, and it says the part of your brain that does all that doesn't have a time clock. So whenever you get triggered and your brain tells you that a tiger's coming, you know what I'm talking about. Oh,
yeah.
here they go.
Okay. Let me
Let's
move.
get out.
Trying.
All right. Let's have juror 512 return. All right, juror number 512, thank you for returning. This will be the time for your individual core dire. I know it's been a long afternoon. Thank you for hanging in there with us. We wanted to address a few more topics outside the presence of the jurors. At this time, I don't know that I saw anything I thought needed further core dire on for hardship or bias. Does the state have any questions on either of those two topics?
Just a couple of quick ones, I hope, Connor. Ma'am, I just want to go to the hardship section of your questionnaire. And these are probably very fast questions, but you had noted that you were concerned about your daughter having a knee surgery, your availability to take care of her children. Is that not a concern anymore?
It's a possibility, but at the rate that the doctors are moving towards that, I'm betting that we can make arrangements. We'll have enough advance warning.
So you feel comfortable there won't be any kind of hardship?
I think so.
And then you also mentioned some personal doctor's appointments that
Yeah, we can get them.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question?
you also just mentioned some personal doctor's appointments, but those are okay now.
Yes, those are just checkups and then I can move those. But we will need to be done before July 15th.
Okay, is that the trip to Europe?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a prepaid trip by any chance? Or?
I paid for it already, if that's what you're asking, yes.
I don't think anyone's projecting this trial will go that far. Thanks for letting us know. No, I don't have any more questions.
No questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. So juror number 512, the next issue we're going to discuss with you relates to your attitudes regarding the death penalty, and that is contained in your questionnaire starting on page 12. Do you recall reading through those questions about the death penalty and answering them in the questionnaire?
I remember.
All right, as you sit here today now with some time having passed since you filled it out, you still feel the same way, and are your answers accurate?
I think so. I think it's the same. I've thought about it frequently off and on over the decades.
Okay.
And
so when we think about it, it's generally hypothetically, we're in a different situation here. In this case, it may be necessary for you to actually make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. So remember, when you're thinking about that in answering these questions, any penalty you consider should be done as if it is absolute and will be carried out in the case. You understand that?
yes,
Okay.
I'm making a comment.
Yes.
I think I wrote in here, but just to make sure that you understand that I know that there are guidelines and rules that establish that as an option. And that's what I feel comfortable following, guidelines and rules. Okay, so it would go past my personal feelings.
Okay.
And be based upon those that you would address to sort them.
All right, you are kind of tracking right along with where my questions would go. So I appreciate your responses there. So I'll just note that when you were asked if you support or oppose the death penalty and only given those two choices, you said support. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then when there was a little more detail in an answer, there were 7 choices you had about what most accurately represents the way you feel. You selected a choice that says, I'm generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. So does that still accurately represent the way you feel? Okay. So, given your choices then, would you be in favor of the death penalty in every case where a murder has been committed?
No,
All right. Is there anything about your views on the death penalty that would prevent or substantially impair you think, from serving as a juror here and following the court's instructions?
don't think so.
All right, so going back to your response in Part D, you would be willing to follow the court's instructions on the death penalty, whether that was that you should consider it or you should not, or anything else the court instructed on that topic?
Can you repeat the question just to make sure I got it?
Yes, are you willing to follow all the instructions once you receive the facts in this case?
Yes.
All right, that would conclude the court's voir dire for this particular juror on that topic. Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, thank you for completing a questionnaire and coming back. We've got one more juror to talk to individually, and then we'll have you return here shortly. All right, final juror we'll discuss voir dire on individually is 537. Does the state intend to ask any questions on bias or hardship?
The state does not, Your Honor.
Defense does not.
Okay, thanks, counsel. I'll just put that on the record now that the parties pass additional voir dire on 537 on hardship or bias questions, and the court will inquire as it relates to the death penalty issue. All right, juror number 537, thank you for returning. You're the final person we're talking to in this group, so thank you for your patience today. We've reviewed your questionnaire, and there's just one final topic we would like to address with you individually, and that is as it relates to your answers on attitudes regarding the death penalty. Do you recall reading through that section of the questionnaire and answering those questions?
Yes, I don't remember exactly what my answers were, but I have it in front of me. Got it?
Okay, it may be helpful for you to reference it while we discuss it. So if you do have a copy there, you turn to page 12. All right. So when answering the questionnaire, it might have just been a concept to you, but at this stage, I want to advise you that it may be necessary for you to make a determination in regard to the imposition of the death penalty or some other penalty. And when you're considering that, consider that any penalty you're thinking about could be done and absolute and carried out in the case, or consider that it would be done, I should say, and absolute and carried out in the case. So you were given a choice on page 12 about whether you support or oppose the death penalty, and you didn't like having only two options, so you made the third option and said neither. Can you explain your thoughts in answering that question?
Well, when I said neither, I am not strongly for it or strongly opposed. I know there's a huge arc in terms of what you believe and what you think you can do, can't do. I don't have a really strong opinion. Do I believe that it's okay? Is it reasonable? I do believe that it's a reasonable consequence. I don't oppose it as in, I don't think that I would never stand up against it and say, that's absolutely unthinkable. We should never have that as a consequence. Because there are going to be some cases where that's just what happens.
Okay, and I appreciate your comments on that. If you look at page 13, you listed some other thoughts there also. I'm just looking at your responses on number 6, and it looks like you maybe vacillated back and forth between C and D choices and ultimately went with D. But you had 7 options about what most accurately represents the way you feel. And where you landed is, I am generally opposed to the death penalty, but I believe I can put aside my feelings against the death penalty and impose it if it is called for by the facts, law, and instructions in the case. Considering back then, is that still your attitude towards it today?
I still feel like I'm maybe in between both C and D. I understand that it is and can be a consequence to some actions. But I'm not, again, I can see that there would be cause for it. I know that it's a legal option, I know it is a consequence, but I don't think that I don't have any preconceived notion of whether or not that's good or bad, whether I'm opposed or for it. That makes
Okay.
sense.
Part of that instruction that I'm looking at, not instruction, I'm sorry, the choice was, would you follow the facts, law, and instructions given to you in the case? Is
Oh,
that
absolutely.
okay? So I can tell you've thought through the topic quite a bit, and let me just ask you a final question. Would anything about your views on the death penalty you think prevent or substantially impair you from serving in this case and following the court's instructions as it relates to the death penalty, regardless of what those instructions may be?
Absolutely not. I would follow the instructions based upon exactly what I was given.
All right, that will conclude the court's voir dire on the topic. With this, juror, does the state have any questions?
I don't, Your Honor. Thank you.
No questions from the defense judge. Thank you.
All right, juror 537 then. That concludes our individual voir dire. If you'll give us just a moment, I'll have you return with the other jurors and we'll bring you back into the courtroom for one more brief instruction and then we'll be concluded for the day. All right, you can have the rest of the brief about that.
All right, great.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are turning now. We went through the individual voir dire. This concludes voir dire for this group. In order to make sure everyone's charts are lining up with who's still here and who's not, you do us a favor, and those remaining jurors, please raise your red card and just hold that up here for a few moments while everybody's allowed to take their notes. All right, with that, you can go ahead and put those down. I'll ask now that that's been confirmed, does the state pass this small group for cause?
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the defense pass for cause?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been passed for cause. We're continuing to question these groups of jurors until we reach the necessary number of jurors for the attorneys to exercise their peremptory challenges. You'll be instructed to contact our jury commissioner, Randy Rutland, who's going to provide you further instructions about when he will be returning, and there will be a time you'll return. While you're waiting for that, please remember to follow the court's instruction to not investigate this case, look the case up, go and find information on the case. If you happen to see anything being reported about it passively through news, etc., try to make an effort to not listen in so that we can keep you as impartial as you are at this time, and also avoid talking to anyone about the details of the case. As it comes to the topic of discussing when you may serve and that you may serve, of course, that's okay to talk about with friends, family, employment, etc., but just refrain from discussing any detail or fact of the case. And with that, we appreciate your continued service. You'll be advised when to return, and we'll see you back whenever that takes place. So with that, are we okay to conclude for the day with this group from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
From the defense, Your Honor. All right, thanks all for your time. Please rise for the jury.
Come this way, please.
All right, we'll be in recess for the day, council. We're intending to follow that same schedule tomorrow with a group at 8:30, another at 1:30. Is that acceptable for the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, I didn't even catch the last part. What the hell did he just say?
He said that we're recessed till tomorrow at 8:30.
Well, damn, that was crazy. He like dropped the damn mic. Okay, well, I'm gonna go check on my baby, and
All right. Okay, everybody, we'll see y'all tomorrow.
yes, we will.
See you tomorrow bright and early, and love always wins.
Yes, justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Peace out.